Council. Good morning, valued guests in our audience today. It's nice to have some company. It's like you all knew it was my birthday today, and so thanks for being here. I'm Emily Lutz. I'm the Deputy Mayor of the Municipality of the County of Kings. Welcome this morning to our regularly scheduled Committee of the Whole meeting. Just a note, we will be following this meeting with a special municipal council meeting, which will happen once we have finished the business of Committee of the Whole, which we don't know what time that will be because it's relatively unpredictable. So we'll begin our agenda this morning by taking roll call. For those listening online, I'm looking around the table, and we are all present, I believe, this morning, with the exception of Councillor Harding, who has sent regrets, I believe. Right? Yes. Okay, 9 councillors and mayor accounted for. Thank you, everyone. Looking next for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify in the usual fashion. Thank you, Council. I'll also look at this time for a motion to excuse the absence of Councillor Harding. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Mayor Matart. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. And of course, for those listening or in the audience this morning, we have a 10-second delay between our electronic voting system and when the results are tabulated and presented on the screen. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. At this point in the meeting, all councillors have the opportunity to disclose any conflicts of interest that may present themselves with our approved agenda this morning. Any conflicts of interest? None being declared. That concludes item 3. Moving to item 4, approval of the minutes July 19th, which feels like 100 years ago. And this is my first time back in the chair since July 19th, so I am feeling slightly rusty, so forgive me if I jump around here on the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Hurdle. Any discussion, errors, or omissions from the minutes of July 19th? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Our next item of business will be business arising from those minutes. The minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you, Council. Any business arising from July 19th? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, nothing of note. That concludes item 5. We're looking to item 6, presentations. Our first presentation this morning is the consolidated and non-consolidated financial statements being presented by Grant Thornton. Are they with us yet this morning? Oh, Director Barr. Oh, sorry, there you go.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We haven't heard from them. I know there's some significant travel with Goria Banks coming from down Digby-Yarmouth way. Okay. So they may be encountering some road difficulties with their heavy rain, but we haven't heard from them yet. Okay.
I'm reluctant to move to item B because I know most of the folks here this morning are waiting for 9:40, and they may have folks not coming until 9:40, so we won't get to you guys until 9:40. We can keep moving along. Although I don't know that we have our 10 a.m. here either, and that is maybe a tall order asking her to present an hour early. Do we have Marina Sautsky here? Okay. All right. Are we okay, Ms. Brooke? Again, there's much earlier in the meeting than you were intending to present, but I think at this point we'll move to item 7, and we can skip backwards when the time is right. But until then, I guess we'll just move along with Ms. Brooke. Ms. Brooke's our policy analyst here at the municipality, and she's speaking about amendments to policy, or proposed amendments to policy IT 07-002, mobile devices. Sorry, not amendments, it's a new policy. There we go. Okay, I'll be quiet now. Ms. Brooke, go ahead.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this morning I am presenting a request for committee decision on adoption of a new policy for mobile devices. And while I am the one presenting this policy, I'd like to acknowledge the significant contributions of Mr. West, our manager of IT, in developing the policy and bringing it to committee. Currently, there is no policy in place for mobile devices used for either employees or members of council. Because of how ubiquitous these mobile devices are in their use by staff, members of council, we are recommending that council adopt a policy that addresses their allocation, maintenance, and tech support for and the use of mobile devices. This policy applies to all mobile devices such as cell phones, tablets, and laptops that are used by members of council and employees. For the committee's awareness, the municipality provides laptops to many members of staff and currently has approximately 60 cell phones issued across council and staff. At this time, there is no reimbursement given to staff for any use of a personal cell phone for work purposes. Members of council are provided a monthly payment of $86.25 for use of their personal phones for business purposes. I'd like to highlight some sections of the policy in lieu of going through all of it exhaustively. So first, under the heading of assigned devices, section 4.1 identifies that mobile devices will be provided to all members of council and that they will, though, have the option to use a personal device. Provision of any additional type of mobile device, such as a laptop or a tablet, will be determined by the CAO. Section 4.2 addresses that in the case of employees, mobile devices will be provided based on a demonstrated business need. While the CAO ultimately determines who receives which type of mobile device, consideration will be given to the nature of the employee's work, their need to work outside of the office, and any requirements to be on call. Further to that, the policy proposes that devices be allocated based on functional requirements and not brand preference, and that the municipality will pay for all costs associated with mobile devices, such as the cost of purchasing, any accessories, and a data plan. Devices assigned by the municipality to a user will always remain the municipality's property and must be returned at either the end of the council term or the employee's end of employment. Section 4.10 identifies that devices will not be offered for purchase, nor will phone numbers be ported with the user, either at the end of a council term or the end of their employment. Recognizing that there are some users who would prefer to use a personal cell phone, Section 4.11 of the policy provides that, with the CAO's permission, users can use their personal cell phone in lieu of an assigned device. In cases where a user opts for this, they will receive a $35 per month allowance that is added to their taxable income. And we are proposing that this apply to members of council as well. So I'd like to explain the difference between the $86.25 that's currently provided and the $35 and why it's an allowance and added to a taxable income. So the reason it's provided as an allowance and not a reimbursement is due to the ease of administration relative to the rules of the Canada Revenue Agency. So CRA states that an allowance is any periodic payment that a person receives from another without having to account for its use. An allowance has to be a predetermined amount, such as the $35. It's paid for a certain purpose, and the amount is paid at the complete disposition of the person receiving the payment. So the $35 is yours to cover cell phone costs. And the person receiving the payment has no requirement to account for its use. So you don't have to say, I sent 50% of my emails were for work, therefore 50% of my bill. It's just an allowance to cover a cell phone cost. In contrast, a reimbursement would require the person receiving it to account for how the money is used and the use of the device. The recommendation of $35 a month in contrast to the $86.25 is based on the median cost to the municipality for cell phones it provides. So it's a service we're able to provide to staff or to a member of council if you so choose, and it costs us about $35 a month, so that's kind of the financial commitment that we make in a mobile device for a cell phone. So whether opting to use a device provided for the municipality or a personal device, the ongoing cost to the municipality is the same. Toward the end of the policy, there are general terms of use that include that the user is responsible for security of their mobile device, and that any being assigned a mobile device does not constitute permission for an employee to work overtime. And in section 4.21, there's a statement that users are subject to the Personal Information International Disclosure Protection Act, which many of us might not be familiar with, but it's an act that requires public bodies, such as municipality, to ensure that any personal information in our custody and control is stored and accessed only in Canada. So anytime a device leaves the country, we need to know about it for reporting purposes. The recommendation is that the committee forward a positive vote to council for this policy, and I'm able to take any questions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of our presenter this morning? Councillor Hurdle, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, did I hear correctly that the porting of numbers will not be administered at the end of the term of the cell phone contract or cell phone plan?
Yes, that's correct. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Hurdle, we're proposing that we not port any phone numbers that the municipality arranges for somebody once the contract ends or once they leave council or the employee of the municipality. The reason for that is that then there are certain phone numbers that the municipality can always have. So, for example, we could say that the manager of whatever department always has a cell phone number of this. And so there's continuity for the public's sake, and that they always know how to reach a particular office, no matter who holds it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurdle. Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vicky. It is timely for us to have a policy that describes how we do this business. So I appreciate the work and a lot of good work that's put into this. I do have a couple of questions of clarity. Under mobile, the definition of mobile device, we include e-readers, smartwatch. Do we anticipate that there may be staff that want to take those under this policy, or what was the reason for including those?
Through the Deputy Mayor to you, Councillor Windsor, we did seek to have a kind of a broad definition of that. If Mr. West wants to speak to requests that staff have sent to him for different types of mobile devices, he probably has a better finger on the pulse of that. I will say, it's been about a year since I've been back, and we've expanded the ways that we use technology and the different technologies that we have. So it may not be inconceivable that at some point in the future, what we understand or use as a mobile device is different. So.
Yeah, I would have thought that the definitions which we put in there are policy specific, so it should be limited to what we want to govern under the policy. Under 4.1.2, councillors, members of council need the approval of the CAO.
I'm just going to note, Councillor Windsor, you're a little quiet, and actually so are you, Ms. Brooks. So if everyone could just make sure we're speaking into the mics for the
Thank
folks.
You for that. Yeah, I need some
I'm seeing some nods.
too.
Yeah, you're very quiet, both of you.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'm just wondering why is that the CAO as opposed to the mayor, or whether it was not mandatory for councillors to have cell phones, either one as an instrument of carrying out our responsibilities. Seems to me that a cell phone and a tablet or laptop is essential in the conduct of business for a councillor. So 4.1.1 we make it optional, and then 4.2 we just say that the CAO would approve elected representatives in getting a cell phone or a mobile device. I'm just wondering why we put that approval down at the administration level.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. So the intention is that all members of council would receive a cell phone at a bare minimum, or have the option of using your personal cell phone if you so choose. Any additional things such as the tablets that you have or laptops would be done at the CAO's discretion, and not ever to prognosticate about what a CAO might decide, but I can imagine that they could be informed of council's wishes for any additional type of mobile device. But I take that point with some understanding that perhaps we want to change it to a guarantee that there will be an additional type of mobile
Well, I
device.
think maybe it should be thought about in the context of the responsibilities and duties of a councillor. Yeah, I do believe that it should be mandatory. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I don't want a cell phone or a computer. I know we can't. Dictate a councillor doing their duties, but we can certainly put the enabling practices in place that we feel is appropriate. On 4.10, I'm just wondering, generally, this is at the completion of councillors' terms or an employee's term, do we need to have something in there that deals with the removal of what could be sensitive councillor county data from a device before it turns over to the personal ownership, or even if it's a personal computer, it's relinquished fully to the full discretion of that party that may purchase the device.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. That's something that Mr. West and I can discuss how that would be handled at the end.
Yeah.
We are proposing that devices not be offered for purchase at the end of a term, but there may be cases where if a member of council or an employee is using a personal device,
Yes.
where we do need to take steps to make sure.
Yeah, and I think there should be some process at the end, that exit process that makes sure that I don't walk out the door with all kinds of councillor information on my phone or laptop. Thank you. In 4.11.2, and this is dealing with the personal devices, fees, I think. 4.11.2, a user using a personal cell phone in place of an assigned cell phone will receive a monthly allowance of $35, which will be added to the user's taxable income. That's fine. Then to receive the allowance, the user must provide proof, such as a contract or a monthly statement, that they, and here's the part that I want to question, or an immediate family member are the owner of the device. Why would I, using me as an example, why would I be able to use my spouse's phone for the purpose of council business, and she having full access to that as well, and it says a family member? It could be a son or a daughter. So I just don't understand why another immediate family member. So maybe I think some consideration should be given to that.
Sure. Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Windsor, I can speak to what we're looking to address with that. Is sometimes there are family plans where perhaps one of the partners, the contract is in their name, and there happen to be multiple phones on the plan. So, you know, in the case of my family, it could be that my husband, the contract is in his name, but we both benefit by having an individual phone through the plan. So,
yeah, it does go on to say, are the owner of the device.
correct. We can look at that.
I think we should think about that.
Anything further, Councillor
Yes,
Windsor?
Yeah.
I can also come back to you. I got a couple other lights.
Sure.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can do that, yeah.
Yeah, some of your, some councillors might have the same questions, but we'll come back to you. Councillor Meisner.
I'm just wondering, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Ms. Brooke, if councillors do have, say they only have their cell phone right now for council purposes, and those contracts have been used, will the municipality be then moving, would they be buying out those contracts to take over so that those cell phones that are being used for municipal purposes are then the ownership of the municipality if they're not using them also for personal benefit?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Meisner, I can check with Mr. West and perhaps Mr. Barr as well about a transition plan, because there may be cases where a member of council has specifically, purchased a cell phone in the contract for their council work. So in terms of a transition plan or what we would do in that case, I can come back to you with more information.
Awesome,
on
thank
that.
you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Hurdle, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Windsor. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you. Kind of relating to the prior point, there are a number of councillors who have initiated contracts, as stated, with the consideration that the 8625 would be a monthly allowance, and considerable features have been added to their plans to accommodate for that allowance. Has that been factored into this consideration, that potentially there should be a allowance for the ending of those existing contracts, providing the 8625, and at the end of those contracts, this policy then take effect?
To you, Councillor, through the Deputy Mayor, I do think, knowing that there are cases where a councillor may have a separate contract just for their work purposes, I do think we will need to report back on how we might handle those situations, recognizing that a financial commitment or a commitment has been made from a member of council that now we're seeking to alter kind of without that full understanding. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hurdle. Back to you, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you. And just a couple more points, and thank you for your indulgence. And this may be just a point of clarity that you can consider whether we need it or not. 417.1 and 417.2, where we talk about securing their device with a PIN or passcode. And I was just wondering if it needed securing their device, whether assigned or personal. In both of those, you can give that consideration. And 4.21, where it talks about international travel, and that happens from time to time, either business-wise or personal. And when we do personal, I think most of us are still connected and do business. I certainly do. I'm just wondering if there's a need, a demonstrated need, regardless of the purpose for that international travel, would the county participate or pay for a plan to access back into the county data?
through the Deputy Mayor to you, Councillor, I can check with Mr. West in terms of how we've traditionally handled any international travel,
Right.
And what we might do about cases where a member of council still wishes, or employee still wishes to work, even if they are
Yeah.
outside, not for business purposes.
And also, the notion I think that's important is if phones or devices are assigned to staff, phones in particular, and they're reimbursed, they receive an allowance, then those numbers should be available. If it's rationalized as a need to conduct business, those numbers should be available. For example, I should be able to call the director on a cell phone, if it's any director on their cell phone, if I feel there's a need and I just can't call into the office and get them. So I think some consideration needs to be put in to how those listings get handled, whether it's a carte blanche solution or not. And I was just wondering, was there consideration given if the average cost is $35 to the county for, or the medium for a cell phone? That's a great price. I wish I could get it. But was there consideration given to the inconvenience of me having to keep, or Councillor Hurdle, having to keep a personal phone because that's the way the world works, and then to receive a county phone? The inconvenience of carrying two phones is brutal. And so was there any consideration given to that in the determination of that allowance?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Windsor, so there are, I know at least in this room to my right, a number of people who also feel the inconvenience of carrying multiple cell phone bricks in their pockets. So there was a consideration given to that. What led our mind in making this recommendation was that it's a service that the municipality can provide for $35 a month, which is, I would think, in terms of market rates, a fairly good price. And so if we're able to provide the service ourselves, even with the potential added inconvenience or the privilege of having too many cell phones to carry, that should be the cost of us providing that service, regardless if somebody opts in or out of it.
Now, certainly there should be a recognition that there's two uses to the phone. One final question, as whether it was considered or not. Was there any consideration given to a notion that a county, an organization like the county, can provide as a benefit an arrangement with the phone supplier whereby we could get our personal phones at the rates that the county does?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I can certainly ask Mr. West about that.
We'll see what the big telecoms say about it. Is that all, Councillor Windsor?
That's it.
Thank you. For some of us, it might make 3 cell phones, so maybe not even 2. Councillor Hurdle, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, there's a section of the policy referring to brand preference not being a factor in procurement. I know for myself, I've personally acquired a number of pieces of software to use in my role that are fairly pricey and expensive, and knowing procurement policy and how it works, ultimately you're not going to likely end with an Apple product, and it would more likely drift towards Android. Is there consideration given in reimbursement or allocation or repurchasing of similar software to be used on the municipal phone as opposed to using the personal device with the software already purchased?
To Councillor Hurdle, through you, Deputy Mayor, I do know that there's a commitment in making sure that the phone or a mobile device meets the user's needs. So if you need certain things, there may be workarounds that we already have, and not to speak for Mr. Bauer or Mr. West, I'm sure they'd be able to discuss any particular situations if a technological or software solution was needed to it.
Is that everything, Councillor? I have Councillor Allen. I can come back to you.
Sure.
All right, Councillor Allen, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have one point of clarification. There's no mention of an allowance for a tablet. Is there an allowance for a tablet?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor Allen, if the tablet's provided by the municipality for work purposes, it would just be provided. If a certain data plan was needed or any other type of service to support use of that, that would also be covered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, if council will permit. Was there any consideration of the hours, I guess, that councillors are subject to phone calls versus staff? So I guess I would argue that councillors' phones are working 24/7, and that staff plans, I know for some staff anyway, they're sort of limited to the work week. I know that certainly doesn't apply to our CAO and our managers, but the fact that councillors' phones are on all the time and weekends. So was that consideration given in terms of like the different I mean, not just work hours that the phone would have, but actual like usage hours probably that counselor phones are subject to.
To respond to your question, Deputy Mayor, there was some consideration given to that, and we were able to draw parallels between the amount of access that is expected and desired of members of council, which I think is near constant, and how there are some members of staff who, in a similar type way, it is different, but are also on call, or people such as the CAO who need to be available when they are needed. So there was some consideration given to that. If the concern is about the adequacy of a device, that may be something that can be accommodated through a device that we purchase. In terms of that impacting potentially the allowance that's paid for usage, again, it was based off the cost that we can provide the same service for.
Okay, great, thank you. I have no further lights. Have we exhausted the issue? I think not. We do have a recommended motion. Did council wish to deal with this motion today, or would staff feel more comfortable maybe taking back some of the feedback they've heard today? I'll go to Councillor Windsor first and see if you'd like to make the motion or something different.
No, my recommendation would be, whether we need a motion or not, that staff take it back and consider the comments. But just an add-on to Councillor Allen's comments, I don't know if it deals with whether or not a tablet or a computer is assigned based on the desires of the councillor or not. And whatever that intention is, I think we need to make clear in the policy. But I would suggest that staff consider those comments, which seems to have been numerous. Whether they result in much change or not, I think they are worthy of consideration. And I see the manager, Chad, nodding to that. Okay.
I'm always hesitant to send things back to staff without some concrete recommendations, but we'll, I think you're right, Councillor Windsor, there's probably been enough discussion if staff are comfortable. And even if it comes back exactly the same, well, at least we've kind of said our piece. Are folks okay with that? I don't know that we need a motion. I think we can just leave it with you guys, and we'll deal with that another time. I want to check in on our schedule. I'm reluctant to continue because taking into account our sort of timeline. I'm wondering if Grant Thornton has arrived? No, okay, so Councillor or Director Barr.
We haven't been able to get in touch with the manager associated with the presentation, so it may end up having to be deferred to special counsel, or perhaps staff would be able to issue a presentation if we're unable to hear from them, but we'll continue. Okay,
great. We are a bit early to move into the herbicide spraying presentation. Would you folks like us to, I'm looking for your direction, would you folks like to present now while you have the time, or we can move into another item? I'm seeing some nods. So, Ms. Brooke, thank you. We'll see you again shortly. And I know we're slightly earlier than intended, but if you folks are comfortable, if you're still expecting people, we can keep going. But if not, then you're welcome to approach the podium. I'm seeing varied nods. So I think we'll just move along. It's only 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 7 minutes early, if folks are okay. You must be Nina. Welcome to council this morning.
I'm Nina Newington. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you for being here.
I too live on the North Mountain, although in Annapolis County. And just quickly to say, I became aware of the herbicide spraying issue 2 years ago when friends on the North Mountain in Burlington discovered that a site was going to be sprayed in their midst. So this is, personal to me as somebody on the North Mountain as well. I want to be clear from the beginning that what we're talking about is aerial spraying of glyphosate on forested land. I realize that some people have a much bigger issue with the use of glyphosate in agriculture, but that's not what we're dealing with right now. What we're talking about is the aerial spraying. And to give you a little information about that, I've put in front of you a map which I will later wave around to other people. And that shows all of this year's approvals by Nova Scotia Environment for aerial spraying in Nova Scotia. And as you can see, it's quite extensive. It doesn't include Cape Breton because there is actually no aerial spraying of glyphosate on forests in Cape Breton. We'll come back to that. You can see that there are 3 sites in Kings County, 2 on the North Mountain, Baxter's Harbor, and they listed as Victoria Harbor. The site is really in Burlington, and then 1 in West Berwick, very close to the center of Aylesford. This aerial spraying, let me tell you a little bit about it. It's only done on private land because it's not actually permitted on Crown land. And it's the way it works, the reason that landowners choose to do it, and it's pretty much large corporate landowners. So Irving, Wagner, Freeman Lumber, in all of the valley sites, pretty much except for the one in West Berwick, the owners are either Teal Forest Resources or Freeman Lumber. What they're doing with that spraying is, after a clear cut, usually 2 to 10 years or so after the clear cut, the spraying is used to prevent the regeneration of the natural forest. So it's used to kill off basically everything with a leaf. It's used to kill off all of the hardwoods that would be forming our natural Wabanaki or Acadian forest, and instead create basically an industrial tree plantation of softwoods, because that's what the industry currently favors. So is that the only way to do that? No. Teal Resources, the owner Stephen Teal, told somebody from Hampton who spoke with him, no, I could hire people to do this, but it's more convenient to hire a helicopter to spray glyphosate-based herbicides on these forests. It's not used by every landowner who clear cuts, but it has been an option made available to private landowners. And as I said, it's not used on Crown land at this point, and it's not in Cape Breton, where it hasn't really been used in Cape Breton since 1990. Mostly through an arrangement with the very large landowner there who wanted forest stewardship certification, and Roundup is not, glyphosate-based spray is not allowed in anything that resembles ecological forestry. So it's choice, it's a management tool for creating a forest that is extremely limited in biodiversity. And it's based on outmoded science. Increasingly, I don't know if any of you have come across Dr. Suzanne Simard's wonderful book, In Search of the Mother Tree. She's a professor from UBC who grew up in a logging family, and her early life involved going around and spraying glyphosate. But she and many other forest ecologists have really made, without any doubt, the case that healthy forests depend on complex relationships between different species of trees via fungal networks in the soil. And that in fact, for example, birch will feed a softwood during the summer, and the softwood will feed nutrients to the birch in the winter. It's a complicated story we won't go into, but essentially coming in and spraying glyphosate in order to reduce biodiversity and have a forest that will be convenient to clear cut again in 25 to 30 years is not well suited to a time when we're dealing with the climate and biodiversity crisis. And biodiversity literally means the variety of life. And the intention of the glyphosate spraying is to reduce that variety. It also has unintended consequences as well as the intended consequence of poisoning the plants with leaves. Some of that relates to glyphosate itself, some of it to the additions to the herbicide that make it stick to leaves better, basically. So the surfactants increase the toxicity to the point where if it contacts the skin of any creature that breathes through its skin, it kills that creature, and that includes all frogs, toads, salamanders. It's toxic to aquatic life. That's on the label of the 2 kinds of herbicides that are used for this here, Timberline and Vision Max. And then, we'll get to the point about public health and human health. So people like to say, well, Health Canada approves it, so it must be all right. But that's actually under review. So in Canada, the Federal Court of Appeal this past February 2022 ordered Health Canada to review their approval of glyphosate, that they reapproved it in 2017. And they gave them very strict suggestions about how that review should be conducted. In the US, this past June, the California Appeals Court ordered the EPA to revisit their 2019 reapproval and said very specifically that their findings that it has no impact on human health, quote, ignored substantial evidence to the contrary. Bayer, who bought out the manufacturer of Roundup, Monsanto, is on the hook for $100 million of damages so far awarded by courts in the US to people who have gotten cancer from exposure to glyphosate, specifically usually non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The Supreme Court in the US, again this year, refused Bayer's appeals to revise that, and Bayer has set aside $16 billion to make settlements in cases that are coming up. So I don't think that relying on Health Canada's past approval is a great plan. But specifically, what I want to say is this is not glyphosate being used because it's the only way of doing something. It's absolutely essential to the business models of the people who are using it. It's already not used in Cape Breton and hasn't been for a long time. It's already not used on Crown land. Quebec banned its use in 2001. Their forestry industry didn't collapse. So big risks are being taken for the convenience of a very limited number of landowners. So what we're asking is that there be a moratorium on the aerial spraying of glyphosate on forested lands in Nova Scotia until study has been done of the costs and benefits of this practice. And we understand that municipalities don't most likely have the power to ban that aerial spraying on their land unless there's a provision for public health. But we are asking municipalities to look into what their powers are. We are asking you to write to the provincial government and ask for this moratorium, and we're asking you to take this forward to the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and ask them to also take this up. And I'll have to say that we, at this point, Annapolis County has already done the first 2 of those, and this is up for debate in both Clare and Digby very shortly. And I've spoken to council members in Digby who are basically looking at what Annapolis and Kings are doing and going, because they're getting an enormous amount of pushback from people. And I know that that's been true for the councillors who particularly are covering the North Mountain. And I have to say, I'm about out of time. I have to say that it's not easy to find out about this. We made this map, but the way in which Nova Scotians are notified, and it's required in the regulations, is that an announcement has to be put out by the licensees. So Irving, Wagner, and ARF Enterprises. Irving and Wagner are basically pretty much up in Colchester and Pictou County, although Wagner has a couple of sites in Hants County. But all of the Valley and Southwest Nova are covered by ARF Enterprises. And what they do to notify people, they don't put things in the Clare Shopper or the Bridgetown Reader or the Valley Register. They put a very small notice in Saltwire. In this case, the notice went out on July 29th. I actually looked for it and couldn't find it. Our MLA did find it, and fortunately noticed that they hadn't mentioned Annapolis County, which is why Annapolis County actually today is the first day that they're legally allowed to spray there, because they had to restart their 20-day notification. But for the rest of Kings, Digby, the rest of mainland Nova Scotia, ARF spray season has been from September 1st to the 30th. We don't believe that spraying has happened in these valley areas until now, but the word from MLA Carmen Kerr, who's been taking up this cause, is that they are planning to start spraying. They said they planned to start spraying today, but the weather had some other ideas. So I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there questions of the presenter this morning? Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wanted to make a couple recommendations once we talk about beyond the presentation questions from council.
Yep.
Just
Okay.
wanna put
Yeah,
that in.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Questions? Mayor Matart.
Thank you for your,
There you go.
am I on?
You're on.
Thank you for your presentation. It's informative, and since we started receiving material from many of the folks in this room and in support of what it is you're requesting, I'm sure councillors have been scrambling ever since trying to read the articles cited and the documentation that we've been provided. I know that it's, I found it extremely difficult to sort out all these opinions, because clearly many are in opposition to one another. But I did want to just explore a little more deeply a couple of the things that you've mentioned. When you say that the spraying is not permitted on Crown land, do I take that literally, that there's a ban on spraying on Crown land, or they simply don't do it?
That's a very good question, and I don't think I know the answer to that. They don't do it, and they haven't done it in quite some time, and they have not been open to being asked to do it. Whether that's the same thing as a ban, I don't, probably not. But it's certainly been the practice, but you will probably find out better than I will.
Because it's it would be quite an anomaly if they actually licensed the use of it on private lands and yet refused to use it on their own lands.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd be interested in knowing the answers to that question. My understanding is that glyphosate, I always want to pronounce it glyphosate, but it's glyphosate, right?
Yep.
Is that it, basically it's an herbicide that kills off leafed vegetation. So softwoods would not be impacted by it. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep.
And it's used agriculturally at ground level as well as quite extensively, I believe. I'm asking you to correct me when I'm wrong. As well as being sprayed aerially. Is that, to your understanding, a correct statement?
My understanding is that yes, it's used extensively in agriculture, but it isn't aerially sprayed. It may be out west on big grain fields, but my understanding is that it's primarily used close to the ground. And just sort of anecdotally, when I was up in the Stewiacke Valley last fall, an organic farmer there, Frank Cochran, said, you know, I don't love all the Roundup that's being used all around me. We've got sod farms and all sorts of other stuff. But I totally get that it is different when you're talking about a helicopter coming over and spraying 300 acres of forest. That's a different level and different kind of use and impact. So to the best of my knowledge, no, it's not used aerially for agricultural use. but it is used from tractors and much closer to the ground.
And would it be your position and the position of the group behind you, so far as you are aware, that it should be banned for agricultural use entirely?
I think there's a total debates about that. I don't think we've gone there, and we don't need to go there, because really what we're focused on is stopping the aerial spraying.
Okay. Would I be correct in suggesting that when the aerial spraying is used, it's used to discourage the hardwoods and encourage the softwoods to the elimination of the hardwood? So there's no competition, and these are in effect tree farms. Yes, okay. You referenced a Federal Court of Appeal decision. Would you have the citation for that so that I could have a look at it?
I don't, but I'll tell you where I got some of the best information and where I got that information, which
Okay.
is the Conservation Council of New Brunswick. And they have a really excellent and well-researched and well-referenced site. They are struggling there with Irving and their dedication to clear cutting and spraying on an even larger scale than we are. But they do have very good information. I'm sure they have that citation.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll check that. In the some of the when you mentioned the legal actions in the states and the awards, there have also been denials of awards. And I believe in my reading, I noticed that Bayer had, in one jurisdiction, requested a court order approving a set-aside of a certain amount of money to cap all subsequent claims. Are you familiar with that?
I haven't really followed the details of that.
My understanding was the court denied that request. Yeah, okay. All right, that's all I have in terms of questions. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time.
No, I'm
Thank you,
happy to
Mayor.
answer.
Thank you. Councillor Windsor, go ahead.
Thank you. It's most informative, and I will say that it's above my head in a lot of regards. I don't understand the forest management, obviously. I'm not in that area, but I certainly appreciate what you've provided and the thinking that you've stimulated with your presentation. And you've asked us to do, if I recollect properly, certain things to request a moratorium until review is completed, to take the matter to NSFM and to the province. I'm just wondering if we, and I think we maybe need to be well informed if we're going to be taking positions, and this is, I would say, a great start. But is there experts in the provincial government that we could invite, or any other experts that you can think of that would help us to learn the subject matter a little more?
I will definitely ask around. The trouble that I see just from my reading is you either have people who are really, really far into very specific details about health studies, or you have people who are connected to the forestry industry and the Department of Natural Resources who are accustomed to supporting the forestry industry and their desires. So I don't have a good answer for you on that, but I will definitely continue to ask around. It's not the first time I've thought about this, that it would be really good to have somebody.
Right.
You know.
University of New Brunswick has a pretty reputable forest program. Are you aware of their work or positions or knowledge in this area?
Unfortunately, what I'm aware of is that they fired a professor. Now, I don't know his exact status, and I wish I could remember his name. It might be Craig Newton. They fired a professor who was opposed to the use of glyphosate and who's now bringing suit against the university for unfair dismissal on that basis. The University of New Brunswick's forest management program is quite strongly tied in with herbing. And one of the things that we have observed is that when people who have learned in the University of Toronto, for example, their program, or I'm trying to remember, there's another couple of programs. When they come in and talk about forestry, it's a real breath of fresh air compared to what's coming out of the University of New Brunswick. I'm not saying that's the case for everybody there, but they are facing a case of having fired somebody for opposing the use of glyphosate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? I have no lights. I can go to Councillor Killam for his suggested recommendations. And in advance of your presentation this morning, we did have staff do a little bit of digging, and so we may have some responses ready already. But we'll go to you, Councillor Killam, to see what your thoughts are. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks, Nina, for the presentation, and thanks for the folks that showed up today. Just a little background first. June and I did some research on the number of people that live up on the North Mountain, which is in the over 5,000 people, and that's in Kings County. And there's probably approximately 2,300 residences that reside on the North Mountain. Background as to the idea that maybe there's not many people live up there. Well, there is, and there's a concern regarding aerial spraying with respect to their water supplies and the diversity of damage that is done by it. The other part of this is Freeman Lumber, who owns these pieces of land. They also own 30,000 acres in Nova Scotia beyond these particular parcels. So just a little background on that. The recommendations that we have here to present, I can read the first one, and the other two, the second one, we did get a legal opinion on whether the municipality has any jurisdiction on the banning of aerial spraying. And the third recommendation is regarding resolutions to the UNSM conference coming up. It's an annual conference, and they don't deal with those particular resolutions at that time. But we can present anytime, I understand, Deputy Mayor, that to the Rural Caucus, we can input to them, and they can discuss or debate and maybe make recommendations further from that. But the important recommendation today would be, I can read it if you wish.
Go ahead.
We recommend, the recommendation states that Municipal Council write a letter to Premier Tim Houston and Environment and Climate Change Minister Tim Hallman, requesting that a moratorium be placed on aerial herbicide spraying until a formal report requisitioned by the provincial government on the net benefits or net losses of such activity to the residents of Nova Scotia can be obtained. And I move that recommendation.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Granger. Okay, and so just for some awareness, any motion made at committee of the whole is a recommendation to council. So it gets discussed at our next council meeting. We do have a special council meeting this afternoon, so there is the potential that this recommendation could be ratified this afternoon, or the intention of that sort of delay between committee of the whole and council is to provide sometimes a staff time for staff to get more information based on the discussion at council, allow council to be aware of any information that may come up between the recommendation at committee versus council. So our options are, I guess, that it would go to special council this afternoon, that's held today, or on October the 4th, I think. So neither one are that far away, but any recommendation made here is sort of subject to approval at the next meeting. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. That's the process. We have a mover and a seconder, and at this point we now enter into debate on the motion. And then we will get back to the two other recommendations as well. But we'll deal with the motion to write a letter. And yes, our staff have generously provided them on the screen for us. So thank you so much to Joanna for that. Mayor Matart, go ahead.
With the permission of the chair, I'd like to pose, this is my own rule. If I were sitting where you are, it would be to only do this in exceptional circumstances. But my request to the chair is to ask quite a simple question that I already should know the answer to, but I'm sure that the presenter has the answer, is to ask a question to the presenter regarding the timelines of the spraying. So that, I think that will assist us perhaps in our debate.
Absolutely. Do we know the timelines of the spraying in terms of the...
Well, here, my question, if I may,
yes,
Madam Chair, is I have not read the notices. At least I've not. I have seen the notices, but I haven't absorbed what actual times are going to be. They are going to spray. I heard you speak of spraying that would have begun today had it not been raining. So it goes to the urgency of the motion itself.
Yeah, Mayor Matart, you're going to have to speak up. There's a lot of people craning forward.
At home, I can tell you that. So my question is, any motion that's passed here by way of recommendation to the provincial government or federal government, both of whom have jurisdictions in this area, would not be in time to prevent the spraying that you have referenced. There have been licenses granted for this year. Is that a correct statement?
It is true that the spraying that's been licensed to happen between now and the 30th of September, and realistically in the next 9 days, a moratorium that you asked the provincial government to put in is not going to happen in that time frame. However, we do have lots of pressure on the Department of Environment saying, please suspend this spray, because in addition to the things I've talked to you about, there are violations of the regulations, and the regulations, when you get up close and personal to them, are quite inconsistent and vague in many areas.
Okay.
So it would be very helpful to have your motion be passed today, because that information can then be passed on to the provincial government as further evidence that, you know, people are not happy with what's happening.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you.
I did want to speak to the motion itself, if I might.
You may.
This is a very involved subject, and I've spent a lot of time trying to rationalize the entire matter to myself. And what I found in my attempt to do that is that even the scientists have not come to any unanimity on the issue. There are opposing points of view, and we're talking kind of about, for our purposes, Roundup in the form of Timberline and Vision Max. So to say that opinions, scientific and otherwise, are confusing, in my view, would be an understatement. It's on the market and has been for several decades. It's used by the majority of farmers for agricultural purposes, including tree farmers. The difference, of course, is that one of them is dropping it from the air. which I'll come back to. I think that's a significant difference. I've reviewed many of the scientific articles to the extent that a lay person can understand them, including some which have been cited by yourself in your presentation and others in the materials that have been sent to us. And I've tried to adequately weigh the most current opinions, because they certainly vary from the teens to the 20s. And this is a product that's been around for, what, about 40 years, I think. I've read Mr. Burke's letter written on behalf of Beloved Naturalist Society, and another email that arrived from him today, just this morning, but was actually just repeating that letter, that itself cites the position statements of the World Health Organization in 2015, positing that glyphosate is, in quotation marks, a probable carcinogen, but not referring to the controversy surrounding that particular comment. Based upon disclosures that have been made by IARC, who formed the basis for that opinion in the first instance. And it's fair to look at that. The US EPA says that no evidence exists to support this conclusion that it's potentially a carcinogen. The European Food Safety Authority takes a similar position to the US. On the other hand, in 2019, the University of Washington researchers concluded that the chemical increases the risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma by 41%. So what am I to believe here? And how do I take a position? I hope that I'm not naive in trusting that the province of Nova Scotia would regulate the spraying of chemicals after rigorously consulting with the scientific community or literature. There are those in the audience that would say I am. At the end of the day, I conclude that I don't have the background to make any such assessments, and indeed, who am I to do so when experts disagree? Spraying at ground level has become, one might suggest, a necessary evil, but obviously it doesn't matter what you spray, whether it's on the ground or in the air. If it's a carcinogen, then we should be reacting to that. Spraying from the air at the mercy of wind currents and varying atmospheric moisture levels is a bit of a risky game over the heads of a populace that's fearful and untrusting of the controversy in scientific opinion. So there may well be a cause to call upon governments to disclose the bases for granting these permissions. I agree. Can a municipality create a ban? The answer to that's no. We not only don't have jurisdiction, but we very specifically don't have jurisdiction. They've eliminated our ability to while we can make regulations concerning some things, we can't make a regulation concerning this that impacts either provincial or federal property, or forests generally. So can we seek clarification and support a public initiative when it's reasonably requested? Of course we can. So, all to say that I can't take a position, nor would I recommend any member of this council take a position, unless they know one heck of a lot more than I do. And clearly, we've been given a very brief time to consider this. and we've had no opinions from the so-called experts, pro or con, and I'm sure we could find both, as the court cases always seem to be able to find both experts. So for me, it simply comes down to a populace that is saying, hey, you're not giving me a choice. It's one thing for my neighbor farmer to spray it on his field without throwing it over in my direction. It's another thing for someone to fly through the air and drop it and not have very good control over the limits to which it can spread. And if I happen to live in that area where it's being used, then I probably would have a concern if the science was not absolutely nailed on the issue. So I wanted to share those issues with my fellow councillors during this debate. I think in my view, our only issue is whether we support a community that doesn't want aerial spraying to take place in its community. We can't opine on whether or not this is a cancer-causing agent. We just simply don't have the expertise to do that, and nor does the science, and I say the science can't agree with itself on the issue, other than our governments have obviously come down on the side of saying it's not a carcinogen by their actions. So that's all I had to say on the subject. And if council wanted to get in any deeper than that, I would say that we need considerable time to study the issue.
Thank you, Mayor. And if you're, I would just suggest that if you are not comfortable with this motion, if you have an alternate of some kind that you wish, in lieu of this, I mean, I'll allow you to kind of think about it while we get to the other speakers. But specifically regarding the sort of the last thing you said in terms of support of the community, if you wish to provide an alternate once we've dealt with this motion, that's also in order. Councillor Granger, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone that came today. Caring for your community is a great thing, so thank you for that. I just wanted to say that the county can, at least at this point, be a conduit for change. May not happen overnight, and especially in our level of government. The provincial and federal governments are at arm's length. Municipality is right here with you. We live in your community, so we understand what you're talking about. I also understand what the mayor is saying about having more data. However, my feeling is just because we've done something for the last 40, 50, or 60 years doesn't mean we have to keep doing it that way. And we have found out, through science that a lot of things aren't okay anymore. Thalidomide, we're giving people that with no conscience. Now we know better. So we would like to help, maybe, the provincial and federal governments understand why this is important to the people in the community. If that can be our first step, then that's a big step for me. At least we have a stance, and at least we have a voice about it. Companies that are for-profit and have been doing things a certain way may not feel comfortable changing their profitability about it. So I think for us moving forward, the potential for us to start anew, start something else, or even just kick the door open so that the conversation is provincial, I think that's really important. So I appreciate all of you being here, but this is the time to keep the foot on the gas. It may not happen with our council because we are bound by certain things, but that doesn't mean that we can't help. So thanks again for coming out today and showing your support for your own community and your province, because this isn't just for us. This is for everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. And I would ask folks in the gallery to refrain from expressing sort of support or disdain, just to allow councillors a safe space to speak their own opinion and their own truth without fear of retribution or something along those lines. We're all here in a safe space this morning to bring our honest opinions to the table, and while we appreciate you being here, if you could sort of refrain from public displays of that would be appreciated, I think, just for folks who are grappling with the issue. Everyone comes at it from a different place. I'll go to Councillor Windsor and then Councillor Killam.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I guess when I stated earlier that I'm no expert and know very little, the mayor obviously did more research than I did to see the broader confusion out there. That doesn't make your issue a non-issue, however. And I'm looking and I'm studying this motion and to see, and I agree with the mayor's position that we don't give an opinion on whether this is carcinogenic or otherwise. So I'm trying to find in this motion a language that says we're not saying those things, we're asking, because of the contention out there, that this would be studied and an opinion provided that considers the provincial the provincial issues and our people in the province. So I think I can. I don't think I see a danger here in taking the position. I think what we're saying is we would be sharing the concerns of our people to the province who as jurisdiction and ask them to validate whether this is safe to use or not. So I think I would be willing to support it that far, and it's a request to the province to say we are concerned, our people are concerned, and can you give us a position, comfort one way or the other? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Windsor. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's more questions than answers, and that's the whole problem. No one seems to be coming up with anything, not coming up with anything concrete, but there's enough concern out there that we need to go further with this to get the information from experts, which it's out there, but obviously it's causing a little issue here with making a solid stand on this. I look back at our strategic plan for the county, and one of the goals is environmental stewardship, and to me this is a part of us recognizing our environment and its effects on both humans and also our animals and insects and the biodiversity. By this motion, I believe it will trigger much more debate and information that could lead to where maybe we want to go. So I'm encouraging councillors to support the motion to begin this process to the province. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Granger for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the province has made the okay that this is okay to use, perhaps they have the information that we're looking for. So maybe through this recommendation, we can request from the province what we're looking for, and that is that it is okay, why it's okay in this day and time. Not information from 40 or 50 years ago, but today's time. And perhaps we can request that information from the province themselves if they are the ones okaying it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Matart for the second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There are more recent reports, but but I don't blame anybody for not having been able to access them in the short timeline that's been provided. What I would be prepared to support would be a position that aerial spraying not take place in areas of the province where the community within a certain range of the spraying is against it. And that's imposing something upon a populace that shouldn't be imposed, notwithstanding the private interests. But to go farther than that would be to fail to give any credence to the positions taken by Health Canada, by the US EPA, by the European equivalent of them, by the World Health Organization, all of those folks. So I want to put the health issue aside, personally, and say that I would be prepared to support a letter going. I don't mind asking the government for its what resources it's accessed and what its rationale is behind those issues, but the actual spraying from the air over a community is a separate issue, in my opinion, if it's a substance that the community doesn't want sprayed in their area. It's one thing to spray water on a fire. It's another thing to spray defoliants. So I'm not sure what form the motion would take. I'm concerned about that. I'd like to hear opinions on that particular issue, but on the other hand, I don't want to see the motion defeated, but I would have to vote against it in the form in which it currently stands. So I'd like an opportunity to look at it further and reframe it, if it were only me, if this is only my opinion, to deal with the act of aerial spraying where communities object.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So amendments are welcome, and there's also opportunity when we consider this in council to make those amendments as well. Nina, could I ask you to just move the sign so I can see the motion? My neck's getting old, so thank you. That's better. Okay, now I can read it. There's a glare up there. Councillor Hurdle for the first time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and certainly the community support here and concern is what motivates me in coming to my position.
Closer to the mic, Councillor, sorry.
Yes,
Everyone's
thank
really
you.
quiet this morning. You need to get your musical theater voices on because people are interested in what you have to say.
I don't know if I have a musical theater voice, but I'll try my best.
Councillor, we all have a musical theater voice.
So, to repeat where I was going, I'm certainly motivated by the community concern here and showing up and demonstrating your feelings on this matter. But I do like to get specific in the motions being put forward. I've got conflicting information, conflicting studies. So my understanding is fairly limited because, as others have said around this horseshoe, there's no true consensus that I've come to. But the concern from the community is what motivates me to want to make sure that a successful recommendation can come forward today. And 2 points that I noted was it's not the specific spraying of herbicides, but it was specifically glyphosate that we're speaking of, and not specifically regarding agricultural management, but forestry management. So in that spirit, I'd like to make an amendment to this recommendation that in the section that says, requesting that a moratorium be placed on aerial herbicide spraying of herbicides containing glyphosate for forestry management practices, and then until a formal report requisitioned by the province, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like that slight amendment, if that was captured clearly.
The amendment's in order. We'll wait for Joanna if she could put it up on the screen for us to make sure she's captured it correctly. I believe it could be considered a friendly amendment as it meets the intention of the main motion, but I'll look to the mover and seconder before I make that call. Do you believe it's friendly?
I think it's friendly enough, yes.
Okay, perfect. That's friendly. So we'll just wait for Joanna to just pop it up on the screen. So the motion would read, if amended, that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council write a letter to Premier Tim Houston and Environment and Climate Change Minister Timothy Hallman, requesting that a moratorium be placed on aerial herbicide spraying. On aerial herbicide, you're going to have to go with us, Councillor Hurdle. You're going to have to tell us what you want.
Aerial herbicide containing glyphosate.
Can I
Yes.
give you a wording for it? Aerial spraying of glyphosate-based herbicides on forested land, or that's one simple way to put it.
That's much more clear, and I would be willing to take that suggestion.
Of glyphosate
Based
herbicides.
on forested land. I mean, or you can have it as forest land management,
PH.
whichever you want, but.
Poor Joanna's trying to spell glyphosate over there on the fly with 100 people watching.
Good job.
It's okay. So you're going to want to move, herbicide,
Based herbicides.
glyphosate-based herbicides. Based.
That's how they're referred to in the approvals and stuff, so.
Just give us one moment here. We've got Mr. Frost helping out. There we go. Herbicides, and then you can take out the first herbicide. There you go.
You need a second, yeah.
All right. Democracy, folks. No one said it was clean or easy. Okay.
Sorry, you don't have on forested lands in
On
here?
forested lands, right after herbicide. I'm looking to Councillor Killam. Get the nod? Yep. Councillor Hurdle, it's your amendment. Does it meet the intention that you intended?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. So we have a friendly amendment. I think we don't need a motion. I think we're good to, right? We're good? No motion? Yeah, we're okay. Thanks, Councillor. Anything else to add before we move along? No? You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner for the second time? First time. First time, my apologies. Councillor Meisner for the first time.
I just wanted to add on to what the mayor was saying in regards to communities that don't want this involved. We did receive an email from Mr. Frost about registration scheme and how the municipality can design something similar to that. And I mean, not directly to this motion, but I just wanted to add that, is my theater voice okay?
Yes, you're fine. I think you're loud enough. Everyone can hear? Okay.
Although we do not, like for example, with cell phone towers, we do not directly mandate those and regulate those. We do have substantial community involvement when these types of developments are happening within community. And so aside from this, I'm to the mayor's point, I'm wondering if we could possibly look at having a similar process for these kinds of applications for better community acknowledgement other than just a notice. Not directly related to this motion, but I just wanted to put that point out there that maybe, you know, we have been talking quite substantially lately about our community engagement, and I believe that this is something that warrants more community engagement, even if we are not able to mandate and regulate it. having more community involvement when these applications come forward would be more beneficial for those within our county. And although we can't, control it or stop it, and the information is very conflicting, we are here to represent our neighbors. And so being a conduit, as Councillor Granger said, for the province to better, communicate these issues is very important. So I just want to throw that out there, kind of on what the mayor was saying about community engagement and speaking for our residents in a more, I don't know what I'm trying to say now, better way, I guess.
No, thank you very much, Councillor. No, excellent suggestion. Councillor Windsor for the second time.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on.
That's okay.
Other than to say I'm pleased with the amendments.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Killam for the third time, and
Yes, just to...
we'll let you speak finally on the motion at the end as well. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to add to this conversation. I have heard from, how can I say, maybe senior Department of Environment person that they aren't aware of a policy. They don't know what the issue really is over this. And that's from the Department of Environment. And I'm wondering if some of this gets lost in the bureaucracy and haven't really brought it out as an issue to debate. And I think this is a good way of at least triggering maybe a more serious input from that end of things, provincial end. So I just throw that out.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank all the people that have showed up here today. I appreciate that. I just want to say that I'm in support of this motion, and I think it opens the door so that an action can be taken one way or the other. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. Mayor Matart for the third time. I'm making exceptions, folks, for your information. Everyone's allowed two times speaking, with the exception of the mover, who gets to speak a third, but I'm being nice today because it's my birthday. Go ahead, Mayor Matart.
Did I wish you a happy birthday?
You did, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, well, this is like an amendment, right? Somebody's introduced new words here, and normally that would be by way of amendment. We get to speak all over again on the amended motion, yeah. So that's just justification. I'm sorry.
You do know the rules, so.
I would much prefer that this said that limited it to spraying in Kings County, because we don't speak for the province. But and I'd much prefer that we not get into the named products and just, as I said initially, repeating myself, deal with the issue of aerial spraying, where people don't want aerial spraying to take place, no matter what the product. But there it is. I just wanted my opinion to be on record.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no further lights. We haven't heard from everyone on this issue. Councillor Armstrong, would you like, you don't have to, but would you like to weigh in?
I dropped science in high school, and I mean, that was a lot of years ago. So a lot of this is way over my head. But I think I agree with the mayor. Most of what I've heard here today has to do with the aerial spraying application of this particular herbicide. And the problem that I have is that with a formal report, what if the formal report comes back and they say it's okay? Where do we go from there? I agree that if the aerial spraying is a problem, then make the people that want to use this herbicide on their forested lands do it another way. That's more concentrated, more specific to what they're trying to deal with, instead of just blowing it out over everybody. I agree with that. I don't know that, and I think we'd probably have better luck with that. So I'm in favor on, from the aerial spraying point of view. I'm not sure that I'm in favor of requesting a formal report and things like that. So I guess that's where I stand. I understand where you're coming from, but if it's the aerial spraying of this particular product that you have a problem with, then I think we should be specifically dealing with that.
All right, well, there's always opportunity if this motion is unsuccessful to make something different, recognizing the time. We have 35 minutes past time for our next presenter. But that's okay, we're here to talk about important issues. Councillor Killam, you have the final word on this, and I just wanted to clarify that your hope was to have this motion recommendation to council be considered this afternoon rather than the 4th. I'm seeing a nod.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a very short finale here.
Okay.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So that's what I say on this one, and we need to push something forward to get the conversation going.
Okay. All right, before we look to call the question, I should give my opinion. I will be supporting the motion based on the wonderful input of all my colleagues this morning. I appreciate everything that everyone has contributed, and I have been swayed that this is an important thing to do, and appreciate the clarity lended to it through the amendment, and will be in support of it. So with that being said, Councillor Hurdle, you've spoken twice. What do you want? We're almost there.
I've been weighing my thoughts on taking a second crack at wording and phrasing, and I slightly lean 51% in coming forward with this slight, again, potentially friendly amendment. Moratorium may be a difficult and inaccessible word for some, and in seeking clarity of the definition, temporary suspension is the definition of moratorium. So as a friendly amendment, I feel temporary suspension would be the most appropriate wording as opposed to moratorium.
With respect, Councillor, I think where they mean the same thing, I'm not really, unless there's, do folks, no, I'm not seeing, sorry,
it's mainly for accessibility for those of the public and understanding where our intent is.
Yeah, I appreciate the intention. I don't think it matters, so I think we'll just leave it for now if that's okay.
Fair.
Yeah, and just in the spirit of getting her done. All right, seeing no other lights, call the question, all in favor or otherwise on the motion in front of us, which reads that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council write a letter to Premier Tim Houston and Environment and Climate Change Minister Timothy Hellman requesting that a moratorium be placed on aerial spraying of glyphosate-based herbicides on forested lands until a formal report requisitioned by the provincial government on the net benefits or net losses of such activity to the residents of Nova Scotia can be obtained. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor or otherwise, please signify now. It carries with all in favor. Councillor Armstrong, how did you intend to vote? Yes. Okay, so unanimous. So we have a unanimous vote. For the information of the public, generally an abstention is considered a negative, but oftentimes we have glitches within our system that means that some folks' votes don't get counted. So Councillor Armstrong, I'm going to assume that you didn't get your vote counted, but you do wish to vote in the affirmative. That's confirmed. Okay, the motion has been carried. I understand that there are some other things, Councillor Killam, that you wish to bring up today at this point, is that we are quite behind in our agenda, about 40 minutes behind in which our next presenter was supposed to present. Are there things that maybe we could discuss this afternoon in special council instead?
Yes. Okay.
And I know there's a lot of people here who've been waiting to hear the debate, but...
Yeah, I guess I kind of preluded initially about the other two items. And I guess the second resolution was a recommendation was answered that we don't have jurisdiction. Is that satisfactory to? So
in the MGA municipalities, and thank you to Deputy CAO Frost this morning, the MGA is the Municipal Government Act. It's a piece of provincial legislation in which municipalities are specifically prohibited from passing bylaws. That it's section 172 A bylaw may not prohibit the use of pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides, and a bylaw pursuant to this clause does not apply to property used for agricultural or forestry purposes. So in the provincial act governing municipalities, it prohibits municipalities from passing any bylaw. And in anticipation of the request coming from you folks today, that's what staff have determined in the bylaw. So that would be different based on every province has their own municipal legislation. But here in Nova Scotia, we're prohibited from passing a bylaw restricting the use of pesticides. And on the other thing, I think handing this issue to the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, the NSFM, perhaps we could ask our mayor to forward the letter that we're about to write to the board of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, requesting that they consider the issue.
Yeah, the reason I brought that up was I was thinking at one time that we could do that for the AGM in November. However, that debate would not happen then.
You're free to bring it up from the floor at Rural Caucus, which I think as any member of the Federation is able to do. So you're free, Councillor, absolutely, and you may have some support of your colleagues in having that conversation at the NSFM conference in November, the first 4 days of November.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I turned my own light off. Okay. Councillor. All right, so we'll consider the issue concluded. Thank you, Nina, for your presentation this morning, and thank you all for being in attendance today. We really appreciate you engaging with us. We appreciate your time this morning. It's so important that you're here. It's wonderful to have folks engaging in the process. So thank you for caring about your community. Thank you for sharing your care with us this morning, and enjoy the rest of your day. I think we take a quick break while we get ready for our next presentation, which is virtual, and allow the room to clear. Thanks. So come back in 10 at 10:50. to their seats ASAP. I'm not sure if they're in the lobby but we're going to get going. So our next presentation is online. It's on municipal tools for affordable housing and the National Housing Strategy. And we have Marina Slautsky. Are you with us, Marina?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
You can take it away.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to stay on that first slide for a little bit. Thankfully, folks have been really gracious with my technical issues today. It's not a presentation without it. So, but first wanted to do a brief introduction and thank you so much for having me here today. Really pleased to be here for the start of a conversation. So I'm here on behalf of the Outreach and Project Development team at CMHC. And I think as a lot of folks in the room will know, CMHC is Canada's national housing agency, and we work with all levels of government, the public, the nonprofit sector, to really work towards safe and accessible and affordable housing for everyone in Canada. My role on the team is really around knowledge transfer, sharing different best practices, sharing different research, to make connections between different potential partners that are maybe working in the same direction, whether it might be regionally or maybe provincially or maybe even federally, so groups don't feel alone as they're trying to solve big complex issues. We also do a lot of work around municipal tools, which is the conversation we're going to have today, and then as well also support different groups to apply to some of our funding opportunities and submit applications to CMHC. And then we also have teams of regional specialists that help proponents validate all their information, submit their documentation, make sure all the numbers make sense. So there really is a continuum of support in place in order to ensure that groups and community organizations are never alone while they try to tackle housing issues. So that is sort of a description of kind of the things that we can help with. And I think on that end, I know we're going to do questions at the end today, but if at the end of the session, you know, there's maybe a group that you're thinking of that it could really help to chat with or to brainstorm with, or someone working towards a project that might have an idea, my contact info will be at the end, and always happy to chat to anybody and everybody. Today, in terms of the municipal tools conversation, talking around, we're going to talk about the broad range of kind of options available to municipalities to contribute to a spectrum of housing options in their community. We are also going to talk very briefly about the NHS, or the National Housing Strategy, funding opportunities that support this work as well. I know that that you're doing a lot of work already, but this is really just complementary, and again, just the start of our conversation together as well. So on the next slide, wanting to set a little bit of a stage on municipal best practices and do sort of a bird's eye view on potential strategies. We're going to look at a couple examples from each of these categories that you see here. Again, if you're interested in hearing a little bit more about what we're going to talk about today, I know we don't have a lot of time. Please don't hesitate to get in touch, and I'm always happy to share any information. So as you see on the screen, municipal tools obviously all really work together and they really complement each other. Today, we're going to do a brief overview of policy tools, regulatory tools, and financial tools for affordable housing. Policy tools, so things like plans, community plans and strategies, regulatory tools, those that really enable affordable housing production, so incentives, and also those that protect the current supply in the community as well. And then also financial tools, direct funding, land contributions, exemptions or waivers on particular costs, things like building permits, etc. So we'll jump right in. The first deeper dive on the next slide will be policy tools. So the first thing I usually like to highlight is the official community plan around affordable housing. It's a good sort of first. Can everyone hear me still? I just heard some echoing.
No, you're good. We can hear you, but there is an echo.
Okay. So the first step is that official community plan. So really usually where things begin and kind of the foundation for work around affordable housing, and where communities usually will outline their intentions for the future and the direction of where they'd like to go, and also a good initial step to start doing some consultation as well, and getting the community on board. Good plans usually involve strong housing policies that have clear goals, clear direction, and the use of all the other tools that we're going to talk about becomes so much more fruitful if they're part of a larger global strategy and also connected to other plans and other municipal strategies. And so on the next slide, you'll see the housing strategy itself, which is really more like the framework for action and for policy alignment as well. Again, an opportunity for engagement with stakeholders and people with lived expertise, an opportunity to determine community housing need as well, to set some clear targets, define how you're going to get there, and again, align with other programs. So sometimes like transit and development plans also play into housing development plans as well. Throughout the presentation, wanted to highlight some kind of promising practices or things that other communities are doing. I find that sometimes communities are it's helpful for communities or to kind of hear what else is going on and who's working on what. So on the next slide, just highlighting one of the promising practices around determining community housing needs. So the City of Summerside and PEI, housing market need and demand assessment. The city was able to commission a report to inform some planning for future growth across the housing continuum. And so they were able to capture both social housing, affordable housing, and market housing options as well. And then from there, develop some next steps around, determining available resources to continue initiatives geared towards affordable housing project development, and then also proceed with maybe some more concrete demographic assessments as well as to who in their community is really requiring housing at this time, and then moving towards a community plan. To support this work, on the next slide, wanting to highlight that we do have a bit of a guide internally as well that I'm happy to share, that supports communities around making housing action plans. And then again, always happy to share any information that could complement that. On the next slide, as we continue on to our deep dive, deeper, I guess, not super deep today. The second one, is the financial tools part of the conversation. So the second example that I wanted to take a look at here is land-based contributions and the different options that exist within that scope. A lot of the time, land-based contributions is something we end up talking a lot with nonprofits about specifically as they develop their projects. Sometimes it can make or break projects as well for various nonprofits and groups supporting more vulnerable and more marginalized populations. So this is something that I like to bring up as a really helpful support to those projects. So there are, however, lots of different types of options. There's obviously donation and discount of land or facilities, but there's also below market land leases or long-term land leases, temporary uses on city-owned land, community land trusts, and land banking, also big conversations right now in terms of possible options. The next slide, thank you, was again just an example of communities doing similar, doing some of this work. So the City of St. John's affordable housing strategy has a piece dedicated specifically to identifying parcels of land that may be city-owned, doing their due diligence, and then donating to a nonprofit or developing affordable housing themselves. The strategy, specifically outlines the commitment to identify this land. We do work with some cities as well that have formalized partnerships with CMHC as well to ensure that projects that are eligible for funding, or I guess the projects that they're donating land to, are also going to be eligible for funding from our end under our programs. And that alignment between municipal and federal really helps groups like nonprofits, for example, navigate funding opportunities by ensuring that federal funding and municipal contributions are aligned, that the eligibility requirements are aligned, and that they're on track from the get-go to meet our criteria or even exceed it, in particular for things like energy efficiency and accessibility. On the next slide, I'm talking about regulatory tools. So this one is around incentive-based regulations specifically. So there's, again, lots of different types of benefits that groups and communities can choose from to encourage affordable housing development. So community benefit agreements, inclusionary zoning, density bonuses, streamline application processes, and also anti-NIMBY initiatives as well. As an example, on the next slide of one of those types of initiatives, one of the pieces I wanted to highlight was from the city of Lévis in Quebec. And so they were able to set up a contact person from their planning department to play a bit of a navigator role for everything that relates to affordable housing projects. So everything from searching for land to zoning changes. It allowed for that one person to have a bit of a global perspective and to also be a liaison between sort of the land and the municipal services and elected officials. They can also help to ensure that applications for affordable housing are prioritized and maybe move through the system a bit quicker. They can also match different proponents that are looking to make similar applications, or maybe, again, folks looking for partners. So that person can have that bird's eye view sort of perspective. As well, to say that all of these supports and opportunities and services count for us as an investment from another level of government. For our funds. So groups would be able to apply for our co-investment fund as they would have another investor, so the municipality supporting their project. So just saying that a lot of the time, non-financial investment also will count for us as still the municipality coming around the table and supporting the projects. Providing some navigation support would check that box as well. This is a busy slide, so I apologize for that right off the bat. But I wanted to leave it here as a resource. It's an overview of all of the different types of tools that can align with a community plan. We've worked through some of these boxes already, but I did want to kind of leave it here. So I know at the top, when we looked at policy tools, we did talk about housing strategy and engagement with different stakeholders. We talked about, aligning with community plans and land use. Under that advocacy box, do want to kind of also discuss the need to work with Indigenous governments and organizations on and off nation. As we know, Indigenous communities experience homelessness at a disproportionately high rate when compared to other Canadians. And Indigenous homelessness isn't just confined to First Nation, Inuit, or Métis lands. So if you're interested in knowing if Indigenous organizations are trying to build projects in your community right now, or maybe looking for partners, always something that we're happy to chat about as well, or if that's something that we can help with around supporting groups, always happy to have that conversation. Under the financial tools piece, obviously direct funding through loans, grants, rent banks, the land contribution piece we chatted about, and then exemptions like taxes and development fees. And then the last piece around regulatory tools, we often talk about things like inclusionary zoning, flexible zoning, and also protective regulations like right of first refusal. So that is municipal tools in a nutshell. This is a very fast and quick overview. On the next slide, I wanted to highlight the range of options around CMHC funding opportunities. There's a broad range of options depending on the specific needs of the project. We really do try to go on a case-by-case basis based on what will work best for the client and their specific situation. This is sort of our permanent offering of programs. However, we do have others that are, kind of come and go with different budget announcements. So the Rapid Housing Initiative you may have heard of, the Women and Children Shelter and Transitional Housing Initiative that just closed, and then we do have an Indigenous Shelter and Transitional Housing Initiative active right now. So those aren't included in the chart, but they, so just to say that, yeah, we do have some that kind of come and go with the time. And then programs that span from pre-development to construction to stabilization. And that also include construction of new affordable units and renovation of existing as well. And we, some of these programs also include some acquisition funding for commercial and non-residential properties to be transformed into residential spaces. Finally, as we wrap up today, wanted to just give an example of a funded project. I think that's always interesting to hear about. So this is a project in Antigonish. So here, the Antigonish Affordable Housing Society celebrated the official opening of phase 2 of a project called Riverside Estates. It's a multi-family complex, and so phase 2 added 10 new affordable rental units and a community space as well. They had 4 units built before this, so brings their total up to 14 now. Riverside Estates is located about a 10-minute walk from downtown in a newly developed subdivision of single and semi-detached homes. So residents are close to amenities and they're in the heart of the community as well. The development really just offers affordable homes to people living on low incomes, and the 14 total units are currently home to 25 people. They took advantage of our seed funding, so about 20,000 in seed contribution and 61,000 in seed loan for that phase 2, which added the 10 units, and that funding was used to get their architect fees done, their drawings, all of that. So before I really stop talking, wanted to just sort of say that we do have a pretty large toolbox at CMHC. So we have lots of research, lots of data, guides, other funding programs around innovation and research, and generally just also resources on things that can come up during development. So again, things like NIMBY, accessibility, energy efficiency. So if there's something that is feeling like a barrier for a community group that you think they could benefit from a conversation, or anything that I can share that can support your work as well, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm always happy to share what we've got. That's everything.
Okay, that's great information to have. I don't hear an echo, so I think we're good at this point. Marina, are you okay to take questions this morning?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. First up, we have Councillor Windsor. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mariana. It's good that we finally got here.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. I just had a question with respect to soft cost. Do you would supporting a position in a municipality be something that you consider a soft cost? If we wanted to do detailed work as a municipality, particular initiatives, would that be a soft cost that you'd support?
So we only support soft costs in relation to specific projects, but not in general. However, I think that there are some potential funding opportunities out there. Again, not a lot of the times, a lot of them are available to nonprofits. So if there is like a nonprofit that is really that could really be able to take the lead on a project like that, there are some funding opportunities for them. However, I don't know of any for municipalities specifically.
Okay, thank you. Thanks,
Councillor Windsor. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, I've been attending a lot of discussions lately on affordable housing, and I'm seeing a lot of not even 50,000 foot view, but 1,000-kilometer view, where there's high-level discussions, a lot of references to programs, but the specifics and discussions around strategies, hard strategies to actually follow through on. I'm somewhat frustrated that I'm not seeing a lot of those presented at the level of discussions that I've been involved in lately. And so maybe if you would indulge me, can you elaborate more on the anti-NIMBYism topic? It may be of potential relevance to recent discussions we have. And so do you have a few minutes to talk on that?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind. I think I can maybe just tell you quickly about what's available and what we've done for other communities and like the conversations that I've been able to have. So we do have resources around and studies around anti-NIMBY initiatives or things that can be done preventatively to support projects to make it sort of easier for them to come to life and to be done in a way where they aren't held back for months and months and months waiting for approval. So sometimes we have a guide that I'm happy to share around some different strategies. So I'm happy to send that out if that's helpful. But we do also do presentations for different community groups and also elected officials to be able to talk through some of those strategies, to talk about different projects and the way that they went around things preventatively, what was helpful, different media strategies, like working with the media and things like that. So there are lots of different opportunities. And I think sometimes it helps to bring different stakeholders around the table in order to share that information. And that's something that we're always happy to do. So if that's something that interests the committee or, if there's groups in the community that you think could really benefit from that conversation, happy to set that up and talk through sort of the resources that are out there and also what other groups are doing to kind of get ahead of those conversations. And even when they haven't gotten ahead of those conversations, how they were still able to kind of deal with any potential feedback from the community. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurdle. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Marina. If maybe you've covered this, I might have missed it, but if Kings County decided to create a Kings County nonprofit housing society, there is support from you folks on the creation of affordable housing?
Yeah, so we do have lots of programs around the creation of affordable housing, and again, happy to send out all of the information around the funding opportunities. There is also some funding around the creation of different nonprofit housing entities. There is a group called the Community Housing Transformation Center, which I encourage everybody to go take a look at. They were created as sort of a housing resource center and also have some funding for things that are sort of transformational in the way that you're talking about now that can really change the community and increase nonprofit housing development. So that is another group that really supports the work. And we work closely with them as well. So there are opportunities both in terms of that earlier work around capacity building, around bringing together different organizations, around maybe creating a new entity. There's also funding for kind of seed costs, and then of course the capital and renovation costs as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killam. I have no further lights. So I guess this is the end of this time. So thank you so much, Marina, for your presentation this morning. Was there anything else you wish to depart upon council before you leave?
No, it's all good. Thank you. And I'm happy to send out some resources afterwards.
Okay, perfect. Impart upon council, I guess, not depart. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your presentation, and we all have your contact, so we may be reaching out. Thank you. Okay. So the only motion to come out of this presentation this morning is that Committee of the Whole receive the presentation on municipal tools for affordable housing and the National Housing Strategy as provided on September 20th, 2022 for information purposes. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. So we've had a bit of a jump around on agenda items this morning, but we do have Victoria Els here from Grant Thornton. So there was a mix-up in communication, and that's why our presenters were not here at 9. But we do have Victoria with us this morning. I believe she's prepared to present on the financial statements, and you're welcome to come on up to the podium. I expect that this presentation, based on the anticipated timeline, will take us to lunch, probably. So just after which we'll return to item 7. So we will, we'll see how this goes. Thank you for being here on what was, I think for you, maybe some short notice.
Not a problem at all, and we apologize for the confusion as well. Jessica did want me to send along her regrets. She is sick at home with the flu. So I'll take a high-level look at the consolidated financial statements, as we did meet with the audit committee. So I'll kind of go through these at a high level, make some notes and comments, and if there are any questions, we can go through those as well. And then I'll kind of do a high level version of the report that we gave to the audit committee as well. So in terms of the consolidated financial statements, we can start on what is page 5. Oh, sorry, just one up.
And for council's reference, I think they're the numbers in the middle of the page.
Yes.
Yeah, so page 16 of the agenda package that we have, but we're following the center numbers, not the numbers on the right.
Perfect. So this is your consolidated statement of operations. So when we talk about the consolidated statements, we're talking about the consolidation of all of your funds as well as the proportionate consolidation of any of the components. So when we take a look at your consolidated statement of operations, as you can tell there, the total revenue this year was $81,098,000, fairly consistent with prior year at $82,727 and up from budget. So some of the things that I'll comment on here is $29 million of that making up your property tax revenue, which makes up a significant portion of your revenue. And that's consistent with prior year. And then under sale of service, you'll see that there's $787,000, and that's up from both prior year and the budget. And the majority of this relates to King's Transit Authority. And of course, because COVID happened last year, transit was down and not running as often as a result of that. So in the current year, transportation was up, more people using it, COVID sort of starting to get back to normal, so we did see an increase in revenue as a result of that. And the other item that I will point out there is conditional transfers from other governments. You'll see last year it was around 41 million, and this year it's about 38.5 million, which is up from the budget of 32 million. So there are a couple of things there. This mainly relates to the Regional Rehab Center, and this is because the budget doesn't include any special recoveries during the year, and this is consistent with prior years, so revenue is often above the budget, as any special recoveries wouldn't be included in there. And this year there was special recoveries of about 3 million, and of course the covering of the deficit of about 500,000 from prior year. And again, it is down. Revenue looks down from prior year because prior year had retro pay of about 1.6 million included in there. Of course, agreements are often made after, the end of the last agreement, so they did have 1.6 million in retro pay in the prior year, as well as the payment of the $2,000 healthcare worker kind of bonus that came out as a result of COVID. That would be wrapped up in the prior year revenue as well. And we will see kind of an offsetting increase in expenses related to this down under expenditures. So now if we look down at total expenditures, came in at $76,476,000 in comparison to the $73 million budget and $79 million from prior year. So you'll see under transportation services that we are in line with budget, but we are down just over 2 million from prior year. And this result is because of the J-class paving that was included in last year's expenditures of almost $3 million. Additionally, the other item that I will point out there is, again, under public health and welfare as a result of the regional rehab center that gets consolidated. So there is about a $3 million increase over budget related to those special recoveries that you did receive the offsetting revenue for, and the decrease from prior year as a result of both the retro and the $2,000 healthcare bonus that was paid out in the prior year. So those are sort of the main trends or changes in your statement of operations. So that brings you to an annual surplus of $4,622,000. And when you look at your beginning surplus of $90,436,000, this gives you an ending surplus at the end of the year of $58,000. So if we want to move on to the next page, the consolidated statement of financial position, you'll see that right at the top, the cash and cash equivalents as a result of cash flows is up just over $2 million, and we will go into the cash flow statement that kind of proves out your inflows and your outflows and uses of cash during the year. Your receivables are fairly consistent with prior year. Other receivables are down from prior year, and that relates to the King's Rehab Center and related to less owing from DCS as of year end. And then if we look at the liabilities section, you will see payables and accruals went down about $2.6 million, and again, this is as a result of the J-class paving. There would have been accounts payable related to those paving items in last year's payables that aren't represented in this year. As well, deferred revenue increased during the year, and that relates to unspent Canada Community Building Fund amounts or gas tax. So there are additional amounts left to spend there as well, and they're included in the deferred revenue. Your other items there, fairly consistent with prior year: trust and deposits, sale tax, other liabilities. We will note that long-term debt increased this year. That's a result of the amounts that you paid back on loans in addition to the amounts that you received in new funding during the year. So overall, your total financial assets, and when we talk about financial assets, we are referring to assets that are readily transitionable to cash. So your total financial assets come in at $54,458,000, and your total liabilities come in at $31,437,000. So this leaves you with a strong financial position, or net financial assets, of $23,020,000. And then there at the bottom, there's non-financial assets, which are consisting of prepaids and inventories, which are fairly consistent with prior year, as well as tangible capital assets of $71,300,000. And the increase there over prior year of $5 million is the difference between the assets that you acquired during the year and the depreciation taken on those assets. So then your total accumulated surplus there at the bottom of $95,058,000 agrees to the prior page that we just looked at. So on the next page, we have the consolidated statement of change in net financial assets. And so this is sort of a statement that kind of proves out the change in net financial assets. Similar to the cash flow statement, it's kind of a mathematical proof. So we start with your annual surplus of the $4,622,000, and then we take into consideration the fact that you had acquisition of tangible capital assets of the $15 million, and then we take into consideration that some of that was a transfer from work in progress from last year. We take into consideration the amortization on those capital assets, and then any gains or losses on anything that you sold. So that comes down to a change of $5,429,000. And so there at the bottom, you see your net change in net financial assets of negative $868,000, bringing your net financial assets to the $23,020,000 that we saw on the prior page. And that's still a very strong financial position. And typically, you see negative amounts when you're spending funds on tangible capital assets. And the last kind of statement, or the face of the statements we call them, is the statement of cash flows. So the statement of cash flows, again, is a mathematical proof. It kind of shows you and proves out how we got from the beginning cash balance as of the end of last year to the ending cash balance in the statements this year. So the first part is your operating activities. Again, we start with your surplus of $4,622,000. And then we add back things that are non-cash, like your amortization expense, and we add in increases and decreases for, payables that you paid throughout the year or receivables that you received. So down at the bottom, the net change in cash from operating activities is $10,437,000. So then from here, we look at, did we use that to finance things like capital assets? Did we receive any cash through financing activities? So you'll see under cash flow from capital activities, there was acquisition of $15.5 million. We again take into account that transfer from WIP from prior year. And the net change in cash from capital activities, we spent $9,313,000 on capital assets. And then the next line there shows the net change in cash from financing activities. And this basically shows that we got proceeds of $2.5 million, and we subtract what we paid out on our long-term debt, which is about $1.2 million. So overall, we received $1.3 million as a result of financing activities. So down there at the bottom, we see the net increase in cash and cash equivalents, which was $2,275,000. So if we take that change and add it to the beginning cash balance there, we get the ending cash balance on the statement of financial position of $47,970,000, which is a good place to be as we saw cash grew again this year. So before I get into the notes to the financial statements, are there any questions so far?
I don't see any lights. Oh, here we are, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a question, so I didn't know whether to interject or just carry along. On page 15, well, that would be in your package. Let me see.
4.
Page 4.
Page 4.
Page 4.
The statement of operations.
Our total expenditures, we had a budget of $73,350, and we spent 76,476. And I don't recall the details, but is that like, did we, and I know our revenues were still greater than our expenditures, but does that mean we spent more than we appropriated? Or did we is that some supplementary appropriations along the way?
So I believe this results from the public health and welfare line, which mainly results from the regional rehab center that gets consolidated into your statements. And so basically the budget only takes into consideration the amounts known that you'll be paid, so like per diems and that sort of thing. But special recoveries that you can apply for funding for wouldn't be included in your budget, but did happen throughout the year of about $3 million. And that amount was also received in revenue, so there's an offsetting amount up in revenue.
Okay, so it's recoveries that wasn't budgeted for, that
Right.
the programs that come along that
Yes.
seems to fit what we're doing, or the organizations are doing. Okay. On page 18, which is your page
7.
7. Page 18, your page 7. We've got, under cash flow from capital activities, we've got proceeds from sale of tangible capital assets and gain on sale of tangible capital assets. Could you explain the difference between those two?
Yes, so the proceeds is just the total amount that you received as a result of that sale, and then we subtract what we call the gain on sale, because that's just an accounting term, not actually a cash term.
Okay.
So the gain would be, for example, if you sold something for $100,000, but the net book value for accounting purposes after depreciating it was only $80,000, you
Right.
would have a gain of $20,000.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize the bracket there.
Yeah, so we just
Thank you.
subtract that out.
Yeah, thank you.
No
And,
problem.
I think that's it for now. I do have a question on the notes later. Thank you.
Okay.
You may explain it away.
Perfect. Well, I will try my best. So I'm going to hit some of the high-level notes, kind of point out some of the items that we should just take a look at or understand what they are. But note 1 is your significant accounting policies, so your basis of presentation, the fact that you consolidate in your components proportionally, and all the funds are listed there as well as the proportion that you consolidate in for all of your components. So I won't go through that note in detail, as there are various accounting policies in there that are consistent with prior year, so you can definitely feel free to read through those, but I will go to, I'm not sure what page it'll be in your booklet, but it will be note 4, receivables.
Page 22.
Perfect. And so receivables, this note just sort of is a proof as well to break down your taxes receivable at the end of the year. And all I wanted to point out here is that one of the indicators that the province looks at is the receivables at the end of the year over your current year tax levy. And so this year it was 3.6%, which is down from 4.1% last year, which means you're collecting your tax revenue, which is great. So that's very strong, and I just wanted to point that out there. And on your next page, note 7 is deferred revenue. And so this I just wanted to draw your attention to because it breaks down what is kind of comprised of deferred revenue. And you'll see, as we discussed earlier, the main change or increase for deferred revenue is unspent amounts related to gas tax there, an increase from the 5.1 million last year to the 7.7 million this year. And then note 8, it goes into your long-term debt. So this kind of breaks down the balances for individual loan amounts for all of your components. So that's more detail there. And then continues into credit facilities that you have, as well as or credit facilities of any of the components. So the next note that I wanted to just highlight is note 12, tangible capital assets.
Page 28, I think.
Perfect. And this is a breakdown of your tangible capital assets during the year. So this shows any additions and disposals during the year, as well as your depreciation. And then at the bottom there shows your net book value prior year and this year, broken down by type of capital asset. So anything from land to equipment, roads, and anything that's still under construction. And on the very next page, note 13 breaks down your accumulated surplus. So you'll see the total accumulated surplus there is consistent with what we saw on the statement of financial position at $95,058,000. So above, you'll see the surplus amounts from all of the individual funds totaling $89 million, and then the amounts brought in from each of your components on a proportionate basis. And then note 16 is your budget figures, and I only wanted to highlight this one because you'll see on, I think, what's page 30 in your agendas is the budget figures that you would have approved at council had an annual deficit or annual surplus in this case of 3.8 million, but that didn't include amortization. So the amortization calculation, you had an expense related to amortization of 3.8 million during the year. So then it kind of shows the adjusted budget that we saw on the face of the statements, which brought the annual deficit to 46,000. So that's just why on the face of the statements, if you notice, the budget looked a little different than what you approved. It's just as a result of including the amortization expense on the face of the financial statements. And then note 17 talks about economic dependence of the King's Rehab Center, just that they depend on DCS for funding. And then note 18, I won't go into detail, but that's your commitments and contingencies note. So any contingent liabilities or commitments in terms of agreements that you've entered into or any of the components are all detailed there on a couple of pages as well. So then I will go to page 24 for me, probably 34 for you guys.
35, but pretty close.
Perfect. So this is note 20, remuneration and expenses. So this just kind of similar to what's posted online, has the remuneration and expenses for this year and last year detailed out there. And then note 21 on the very next page is your segmented information. And so it just goes into kind of how things are segmented. And then on 27 for me, I'm guessing 38 for you guys. The actual segmented information is there in a table, I guess, and it shows revenue and expenses by expense type. So for example, on the face of the statements, you would see protective services and general government services, but you wouldn't see the breakdown of how much of that was salaries or how much of that was grants to other organizations. So segmented information kind of helps to see that, for example, in the current year, almost 40 million was spent on salaries and related benefits and training. So about 51% of the overall expenses, and you can see there grants to other organizations of 6.5 million. So this gives you a little bit more information into the types of things that you were spending money on throughout the year. And the next page just goes into that same thing, but for the prior year. Note 22 on page 29, I'm guessing 40. Note 22 is new this year and just highlights the new accounting standards coming up for the next fiscal year. It basically just outlines what the standard is that it'll be coming into play in the next fiscal year, and the municipality is basically in the process of determining the impact of those. And then the last note is subsequent events and just amounts that were issued subsequent to year end in terms of loans. So with that, that comes to the end of our notes. There are some additional schedules at the back for information purposes relating to the specific funds. I won't go into those in detail, but at this time, if anybody has questions on the notes or anything else, I can try to address those now.
Okay, Councillor Windsor, go ahead.
Thank you. This is just clarification.
Sure.
In note 1F, we refer to the school buildings which are owned by the municipality but in use by the Annapolis Valley Regional Center for Education. What school buildings do we own? Or are they consolidated in? School boards consolidated in?
School boards aren't consolidated in.
So what would be the school buildings that we own?
I can take a look into that. Greg, I don't know if you know off the top of your head which ones exactly, but it would be the ones that fall within the municipality.
Did you wish to weigh in, Director Barr? Sorry, I'm having the hard time
Sorry,
with my
no,
microphone.
I'm not familiar off the top of my head.
Yeah, it would be anything that falls within the geographical location of the municipality.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that we had school buildings on our books and I didn't think we incorporated or consolidated the school boards.
No, they definitely aren't consolidated into your financial statements, but I can look into which ones are included there.
Sure. And note 12 on land improvements. I was just wondering, what are land improvements that are different than the other assets listed there?
So the difference between land and land improvements, do you mean?
Yeah, I know. I know what the land is, straight land, but the land improvements, are we referring to parking lots or what are we referring to?
Yes, so land improvements would be anything that you undertake to process the land to make it available for use post buying it. So your land amount would be the amounts to purchase it, and then land improvements would be, there are probably parking lots within that, but also any improvements made to the land in order to use it.
And then we depreciate those improvements at, where's that, at over 15 years? Or I thought I saw somewhere where I thought, well,
yes, they would be depreciated in line with the policy choice in Note 1, and that's how the calculation in Note 12 would come to be.
yeah, it seemed like a pretty quick depreciation for land improvements. But that's a comment, just nothing else. I just thought, okay, land improvements, you're there.
Right.
Faster than the building.
Yeah, so they would be depreciated over, if it's 15 years in that policy choice, that would be the expense, 1/15 expensed for the 15 years.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there any other questions on the consolidated? Okay, I think we can keep going.
Perfect. So I will turn over to our report. So this is the report that we would have chatted with the audit committee about. So I'll go through at a high level and we'll probably be right on time for lunch. So I don't know if this is included in your package or not. It's not a big deal. If not, I can kind of give you the high level version of this. So basically, we give a report to the audit committee that's an opportunity just to chat about the audit and have an open discussion about how it went and if there's any questions about what we do in the performance of that audit. So the deliverables that we have is the communication of the audit results and the consolidated financial statements. So the status of our audit currently, the things that are outstanding before we can issue the finals is the receipt of the signed management rep letter, the draft of which is included in this report, and the approval of the consolidated financial statements by council and the receipt of legal letters. Also procedures regarding subsequent events. So at this time, I'll ask if anybody knows about any subsequent events that have happened post year end that would impact the year end. Hearing none, I will move on. We also reconfirm our independence, so there's no changes to our independence, and we are independent. And then we did briefly discuss CAS 315, which is a change in our auditing standards. So this will mostly impact our planning procedures. So CAS 315 is identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement. So it's kind of a significant change that's coming out. The standard hasn't been updated in a while, but the result is there might be a couple more planning inquiries that come management's way. We might have to take an additional understanding of IT controls and just understand the role they play, and mostly a documentation process on our end. There is additional information in this report if you would like it circulated. And then we go into our audit risks and results. So these are some of the things that we look at, significant risks and other areas of focus. This by no means is everything that we perform as a result of the audit. So there are lots of other procedures, but we do like to highlight a couple of areas. So there is a fraud risk of revenue recognition. This is similar with almost all entities. It's a presumed fraud risk. And so as a result of that, we do perform a recalculation of your tax revenue based on the assessment values and the approved tax rates. We perform a test of details also on other revenue accounts, and for each of those samples that we select, we get the invoices or related agreements and contracts. We also request confirmations at year-end or trace to subsequent receipts depending on the number of confirmations that come back. And then we do analytics year over year. And as a result of those procedures, there were no issues identified. The other, what we call presumed fraud risk, comes from management override of controls, and we do test the appropriateness of journal entries and that they were approved appropriately and have an appropriate business rationale. If there are significant transactions that come up during the year, we also evaluate those for business rationale and have discussions with management as well. And there were no issues identified as a result of that audit procedure. So some other areas of focus are things like accounts payable, compensated absences, and the group audit. So of course for accounts payable, there is a risk that those could be understated. As a result, we perform inquiry procedures, we perform a search for unrecorded liabilities to make sure that payments after year end were appropriately accrued for if they relate to the fiscal year. And there were no issues identified there as well. Your compensated absences, so your sick leave accrual, we trace those obligations and expenses to the actuarial valuation, which you have prepared every 3 years, and we review the key assumptions in those as well. And there were no issues identified there. So then the last one that we just touch on is the fact that it is a group audit. So like we've talked about, not only are the funds consolidated, but you do have a proportionate amount of each of the components that are brought in. So there are a lot of figures being brought into your consolidated financial statements. So we do correspond with the component auditors and require them to report to us. We obtain audited financial statements from each of those entities. Where the components are significant, we make sure that they're doing the procedures that we have planned out. And for non-significant components, we do an analytical review. And then, of course, we get the consolidation working paper and make sure that mathematically everything's pulled in at the right percentage. So there's lots that go into that, but there were no issues noted as a result of those procedures as well. And then we typically have a page for adjustments or uncorrected adjustments, and the good news is there are no adjustments or uncorrected misstatements to report, so that's great. And the other thing we typically report on is internal controls. While the audit isn't designed to pick up all of the internal control deficiencies, if something came to our attention as the result of the procedures that we perform, we would bring it to your attention, but based on the results of the audit, we didn't find any reportable observations relevant to internal controls. And I think that's mainly it. This report does have some information on the changes related to CAS 315, so if anyone didn't receive it and would like it, we can certainly circulate that as well. And the only other things at the back of this report are the draft independent auditor's report, as well as the draft management rep letter. So the draft independent auditor's report will look very similar to last year. In our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the municipality as of March 31st, 2022. And of course, when we talk about materiality, that's the amount at which we use benchmarks, and the decisions of users may be changed as a result of. And those are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So this is a clean audit report similar to prior year. And the only other matter that's noted in here is the supplementary schedules on page 29 to 32 are for informational purposes and not required under PSAS for the consolidated financial statements. So that report, very consistent with prior year. And then the only other item is the draft management rep letter, which allows management to take responsibility for the financial statements that are put together, as well as all of the information that was provided to us was complete and accurate as of their knowledge. So I think that's everything for me. Is there any questions in relation to the audit, anything we've talked about, things we consider?
I don't have any lights on. Any questions from anybody? Everyone's looking pretty good.
Perfect. Okay. Well, we did just want to thank you guys for having us, and as well we did want to thank management and staff. Everyone that we worked with was wonderful to work with. They were very quick to respond. We did do most of our auditing on site, and then we wrapped up off site, and everyone was very responsive and helpful, so it was a great experience all around.
Well, thank you very much for the service you provided in your presentation this morning.
Perfect.
We appreciate you going through it with us.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. So we have some recommended motions, I believe. This is giving me a hard time over here, this microphone. So our first motion, that Committee of the Whole receive for information the March 31st, 2022 consolidated financial statements as attached to the September 20th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda, moved by Mayor Matart, seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next up, that Committee of the Whole receive for information the March 31st, 2022 non-consolidated financial statements as attached to the September 20th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda. A mover of the motion, moved by Councillor Meisner, second by Councillor Granger. Discussion on this motion. Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. So that concludes our presentations this morning. Although they were a bit jumbled, we did get through all of them. And brings us to item 7B, amendments to bylaw 72, building, first reading. Do we wish to break for lunch now? It is 12 o'clock. Sure, okay. Half an hour, 45. Any preference? You would think after doing it this many times we'd have a consistent time that we spend for lunch, but we don't. 45, okay. We'll be back at 12:45. Thank you. 12:45. Thank you all. It is Tuesday, September 20th. We are at the Committee of the Whole meeting. It is 12:45 p.m. and we are just returning from a break. We are on item 7B of the agenda, which are amendments to Bylaw 72 building. We are considering first reading this afternoon. Ms. Brooke, the policy analyst, is here to present. Welcome back to Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The next and I guess final item I have today are amendments to Bylaw 72, the building bylaw. I'm presenting it, but I would like to acknowledge that Director Jabrick had considerable assistance here in assembling the recommended amendments. So Bylaw 72 governs a series of building-related matters, from building permits to inspections and demolition and disposal. It does not, however, address the demolition of buildings with or buildings that are suspected to have heritage status or designations. The municipality does know of many properties that have heritage designations, but we are not routinely informed of properties that are given provincial or federal designations. So we're not proactively told if a property in the municipality has received a designation. So the bylaw amendments that we are recommending today are seeking to add a safeguard to those properties where there may be a heritage designation. In determining the municipality's authority to make these amendments, we can look at the Nova Scotia Building Code regulations, which in part, the quote is up on the screen, but they say where a municipality has so provided by bylaw, a building permit may be withheld until we are satisfied that all applicable regulations have been complied with. So a demolition permit is a type of building permit, so we are able to address any heritage status if we've provided for that in this bylaw. With this in mind, staff are recommending section 2.10 be amended to address that in cases where the municipality has reason to believe that a property may be subject to a heritage designation, that it be incumbent on the applicant to provide written confirmation of the building's heritage status, and the body that granted that designation has authorized the intended work. We are also recommending a second amendment to section 3.2 of the bylaw to exempt the municipality from paying building permit fees. As it is now, when the municipality applies for a building permit, a ledger entry is made to account for the costs. And to make this more administratively simple, rather than paying ourselves and expensing it ourselves, we're proposing a wholesale exemption from fees for the municipality. And the recommendation is on the screen. I'm able to take any questions of clarification with a proviso that I may refer them to a colleague.
That's great. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Armstrong, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Vicki. Ms. Brooke, thank you. I have a problem with the language, the municipality has reason to believe. I don't think we should have to guess. If someone came to us and requested a demolition or any kind of a permit, including a demolition permit, can they not sign a statement saying that they know of no, it just is, they know of no designation? It just sort of takes it off of our plate that we have to worry about it. I know that we had an instance here not too long ago, a couple of years ago, where there was a heritage property that was torn down, and I think we took a bit of a bruising on that one, and yet we said it wasn't really our job to do that. But if we at least questioned them and had a statement from them saying that they, it puts the onus on them rather than us, because there's a lot of houses out there that we might think have designations but may not, or some that may not and should have, or you know what I mean? Anyway, thanks. I don't think that made sense, but anyway.
That's okay. We've got other lights, and Trish has her light on, so we'll go to her, and then we'll go to you, Mayor Matar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to the councillor. The thought process behind that is we have a pretty good idea of what properties do have some kind of designation, but to give ourselves that wiggle room that the onus is not entirely on us. And the situation that you're talking about previously, what we ran into is we had no way to hold back a permit or a demolition permit in that case because of the word may in the regulations. So it still put us in the middle of an awkward situation. So we believe this helps all of us.
Does that address your concerns? Okay, great, Councillor. Sorry about that. Mayor Mattard.
Well, I agree with Councillor Armstrong. I would be inclined, well, if you look at the report where it recites 2.10, the proposed 2.10, I would remove the words "and the municipality has reason to believe that a property may be subject to federal, provincial, or municipal heritage designation," and it would only say, "In cases where a building permit is requested, including a demolition permit, the applicant shall provide written confirmation of the building's housing designation, if any, and/or an authorized body that granted the protection has authorized the intended work." The and/or stuff, that can be just fixed up to read a little better, but and which would take it totally, the responsibility totally away from us. It's the same when somebody applies to for a building permit in a flood zone or in an agricultural area. They have to sign a statement saying they're aware that they're in the flood zone, or they're aware that they're in an agricultural area and the agricultural use trumps. So, just a thought.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Windsor.
Yeah, I think I've heard a couple of good points, but I'm just wondering if it could be even further simplified. In cases where a building permit is requested, if a building permit is for something new, then it's not an issue, right? I would take it. So would it be if a building permit is requested for renovation or demolition? I'm just thinking about somebody is coming in to build a house, to getting a building permit, and they're asked to sign a statement saying that their property, which is not yet there, is not an heritage property.
Director Javerick, do you have a response? There you go.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe both the municipality and I can think of a couple of federal properties that are vacant land that do have designations, so I think it would still apply.
But you can see where our public would be if they're coming in, getting a building permit, and they're asked to sign something that is so blatantly obvious that, like, what is the county up to now kind of thing. It's just bare land, and I want to get a building permit, and I'm asked to sign a statement to say that it's not an heritage property. And there's only so few. So how do we narrow it down so it doesn't, put this extra piece of paper on another developer who just wants to get in and get a building permit and build a house or building?
Go ahead, Director Javerick.
The only thing that I would add is currently our application form that the applicant is signing currently does have a statement that they're stating that I know of no reason why the permit should not be granted. And in making this declaration, I consciously believe this to be true. So we already have them signing that, and we still run into the situations where our legislation isn't lining up with the provincial, usually it's provincial, but it could happen federally, where they're not lining up, and that we're forced to issue a permit when we know there are outstanding issues at a provincial level, which isn't helping anyone.
Councillor Windsor, are you satisfied with that?
I think I'm not convinced. I feel that we're putting too much of an onus on, how many properties did we say are under permitting now?
Well, to be clear, Council, the policy isn't suggesting that we add another piece of paper to the process. Right, the policies, and it's still, there's been no amendment made, so what we're still discussing is currently that municipal staff would take it upon themselves, if they have reason to believe, that they would highlight it only on properties that we're currently aware of, that we have a small list of. So this wouldn't actually impact any other developers other than ones who have properties that staff believe have heritage property. So we aren't, this what's in front of us isn't suggesting we do put another piece of paper. That was a suggestion that came up from this discussion, but that's not.
But each applicant is asked to make that statement regardless of whether.
Yes, that's how it currently is, yeah. As part of their application, that's a box to check.
Yeah, I'm missing something here. Then why are we asking for an amendment?
No, it's okay. It's just, I think it's just the conversation's been twisted a bit.
I understand that we don't want, we're trying to place ourselves gently in a process where a building or an asset that is heritage may get demolished or destroyed or somehow. I understand that. But should the focus just be on those properties?
That's what's being suggested.
But every permit, they've got to make that statement.
That's already, it's not directly related to heritage. It's just, is there any reason why? And that's already been part of our processes according to Director Javrik, right? That's already a box that's on the application form. Is there any reason you believe? Yeah. Anyway, Director Javrik, do you want to add to that?
I guess through you, Deputy Mayor, the only thing I would add is that I would describe what we're encountering right now is that we are gently inserted into the process, and we'd like to be more proactive in helping the community ensure that everyone is looking at these heritage properties. Again, we have a very good idea of what ones have designation, and those are the ones that this policy would address, would enable us to address.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor? We can come back to you. Councillor Meisner.
Yes, I'm just looking for a point of clarification. So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Director Javrik, you're saying that there are some properties that may not have buildings on them currently that are vacant properties, essentially with a heritage designation?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. That's correct. So for an example, the Grand Prairie Heritage Conservation District, it's an area, and there are vacant parcels within the district that have opted in to have heritage conservation.
Okay, so then in that case, a building permit, it would be beneficial for us to know, as well as the people who have intent of building, that there is heritage designation there when they are planning, so as to know if they find something or to not disturb something that may be on that property that is otherwise vacant. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, except I guess I didn't use a great example because it's actually our development officers that are enforcing that particular conservation district. But yes, if we take that rationale and put it to a federal or provincially protected property.
So like similarly to the issue that Councillor Armstrong was speaking to earlier, when they removed the house, they also removed the basement. So like on some of these vacant properties, like that, for example, like a basement or footings or of a heritage building could still be in place, and thus, if you are digging that up to move it, you are changing the heritage value of the property. Is that correct?
Potentially, because different
Just for an
properties,
example.
that's right, different properties will obtain designation for different reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Mayor Matart.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Who knows? My previous comment was simply to try to make it an easier process for staff. And I would underscore it again, that removing that phrase and adjusting the wording appropriately would be the thing to do. For example, it says, where it's requested, and the municipality has reason to believe that a property may be subject, the applicant has to provide this. Well, if we have reason to believe that it might be subject, then likely we'd inquire ourselves. So this is taking an onus off of us and putting the whole onus on the applicant if we remove that portion of it, that's all. And it doesn't have to be a separate document, of course. It can be just a simple phrase, let alone a sentence, incorporated into the application.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Director Draverick has her light back on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just looking at the wording, would substituting or instead of and between demolition permit or the municipality? Because again, I think what staff are attempting to do is ensure that if a demolition permit comes to us, a request for a demolition comes to us, we know that it is provincially designated or federally designated. Currently, we would be forced to issue a demolition permit, which is still fine, with the onus still remaining with the property owner to ensure complete adherence to whatever body that is that had issued the designation. So it would just, if we don't make the change, it just keeps us outside and running parallel.
Mayor Matart.
Don't intend to consume any more time on the matter. I just wanted to say that I was attempting to get us out of the liability of making that decision. And it seems to me to be the intent. So whatever staff is happy with, I'm happy with.
Okay. Councillor Meisner.
I'm wondering if, as the mayor said, to take out this piece about the municipality, but instead of making it seem like everybody, the applicant shall provide written confirmation of the building's heritage designation, if applicable. So then that takes us out of the fold there, but puts the onus on that if this is applicable, that your building may have heritage, that you are ensuring that you've done that due diligence. So if you took out, if it just read, in cases where a building permit is requested, including a demolition permit, the applicant shall provide written confirmation of the building's heritage designation, if applicable, and or that the body that granted heritage protection has authorized the intended work. And then that way we are still, I mean, it does say if any, but if applicable kind of gives us a bit more room of, if we have the thought that it could be a designated heritage property, that if we can let them know that it is applicable, instead of having to say that we have to assume that it might be.
Okay. I'll go to.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Would staff like to take this back and provide some clarity and at a different, I mean, there's no rush on this particular piece, I don't think. Is there a strong will around the council table to amend it currently or to move forward with it as is? Take it back? Okay. Just a little clarity requested from council. Councillor Windsor, before we move along.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, like, where we're asking for written confirmation, or the applicant shall provide written confirmation of the building heritage designation, if any, and or that the body that granted heritage protection has authorized the intended work. I would make sure in the review that that fits with the front end of it, like if we're, because that should only be specific to where it is an heritage property. So I'm not sure if it's what way it reads now is they have, they have to provide written confirmation.
If the
and I understand if it's an heritage property, yes.
Yeah, but if municipal staff have identified it as a heritage property.
What?
In the preceding
Well, we're taking
statement.
out the municipal staff part, I understand, and we're just, so I think it's a good idea to give it some thought, so
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that, I think.
Perfect.
We've had the
So I think we'll
discussion.
just defer this item and move along at this moment, and we'll this will come before us another day. But thank you, Ms. Brooke, Ms. Javerick, for your patience, and appreciate you both coming before us this afternoon. Next, we have Director Barr on 7C, Remuneration and Benefits Review. Where would you like to present from, Director Barr? You can go to either, is fine. Welcome to Committee of the Whole this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So this presentation is in relation to a request for a decision for a remuneration and benefits review. So the intent, as outlined in the RFD, is for Committee of the Whole to consider and, I guess, recommend to Council to approve a financial commitment to hire a consultant to perform a comprehensive remuneration and benefits review for municipal staff positions. So just kind of a little bit on the discussion around this is that as per previous direction from Council, administration is seeking to conduct a review of current remuneration levels and issue an RFP for all positions, including wage scales and salary ranges, so that would be for union and non-union positions, to examine the existing wages and salaries of current staff members and how they fit within those scales and salary ranges, to get into pension plans, health and dental plans, and any other benefits that might arise as part of the review. So quite simply, the purpose of the review is to ensure municipal staff are compensated competitively, so really at par or better, with employees of comparable municipalities or departments. Notably departments, because not always is it easy to find a comparable municipality, certainly to dive down deeper into department size and scope and functionality of departments is a good exercise as well. Second item, compensated appropriately with consideration of current economic conditions and comparable positions within the public sector, and then provided with access to benefits that are comprehensive and that enhance the municipality as an employer of choice. So the RFP will really look to seek hopefully some innovative and creative recommendations, all with the certainly the lens and the intent of improving employee retention and attraction. So further to on the discussion side of things, in addition to the direction provided by Council, is that there is existing municipal policy HR 06019 under Section 4.5 that requires an external review of salaries be conducted every 4 years, and quote, to ensure the municipality remains competitive and therefore capable of attracting and retaining talented employees. So this external review would be due to be completed in the next fiscal year, but the administration feels that the review should really be broadened to both union and non-union, expedited given the changes in labor market conditions currently. So diving a little deeper into the different areas, so wages and salaries. So what we're talking about is an examination of comparable municipalities and public sector organizations within the province. And like I mentioned before, isolating comparable departments or divisions in other municipal jurisdictions. So looking at the size, the staff complement, scope of their activities, that type of stuff. Another item that we would foresee that the consultant would examine would be the AMANS, so the Association of Municipal Administrators of Nova Scotia, their remuneration data that they obtain. Also, as part of their review would be to examine job descriptions with the municipality to fully understand and study the scope of responsibility, critical job elements, education and skill requirements for each position to kind of better understand each of those roles. Then to undertake an assessment of the existing salary levels and steps that are in place, the wage scales for unionized staff and salary ranges that are established for non-unionized staff. And then to provide recommendations on adjustments to the municipality's wage scale and salary ranges, and any recommendations associated with current wages and salaries for existing staff members. And then, of course, at the end, just provide us rationale for those recommendations on the wage scale and salary range adjustments. The second item that's kind of highlighted is pension plans. So again, to examine comparable plans that are offered by comparable municipalities, including looking at the contribution sharing that each of those have in place. And alternative pension plans could mean anything from the multi-sector pension plan, MSPP, a defined contribution pension plan, DCP, a defined benefit pension plan, a DPD, and DBP, a targeted benefit pension plan as well. And so to really look into those and determine the feasibility associated with making any switches or changes in the pension plan, including looking at what the financial implications would be for both the employers or the employer and employees, to really look at a contribution sensitivity analysis that would be mostly around the defined benefit plan in terms of how those contributions might be affected if there's any kind of changes in what the funding anticipation is associated with that plan, and to really get involved in some pro forma actuarial advice where applicable. So that's a significant component as well when you look at determining whether a plan would be fully funded based on whatever the complement is of the staff that are participating in that plan. So then further to the pension plan side of things, to provide recommendations and provide a detailed implementation plan for the management of the employee pension fund conversions and any changes in the pension plan elements or providers, et cetera. That can be a very difficult path to kind of navigate. So that would provide a lot of assistance, having an implementation plan associated with it, and then really providing some facilitation and assistance with that implementation as well if needed. Under the health and dental plans, probably a little less comprehensive, but really to take a look again at comparable municipal units and examine really the contribution sharing component of it, the type of plan that they have or the flexibility to participate in different plans, what options might be available, and then obviously the subscriber copay as well is something that would need to be examined from an employee attraction and retention point of view. And when you're getting into examining the existing plan and provider and any alternative options, you might consider such things as a health spending account, an HSA as well. And then to provide associated recommendations in the implementation plan for these items as well. And then kind of a catch-all, others, just any other recommendations for non-financial compensation that the municipality can provide to its employees that will enhance retention and attraction efforts, and then provide assessment tools and methodologies required to conduct future remuneration reviews for new and existing positions, so that we'll have the tools and the ability to be able to undertake those reviews ourselves. So as we move along in the RFD, the financial implications, so because COVID-19 pandemic has had such an extraordinary impact on inflation and is really a major contributor to the need for this review, we're recommending that the funds be allocated from the COVID-19 Reserve Fund. There's approximately $389,000 of uncommitted funds remaining in that reserve. So this amount would come from the reserve fund, and we're anticipating not to exceed $65,000. So that number is developed based on comparable reviews that we've examined and the scope of what ours would be, and then also when you consider the actuarial information and advice that would come from it. So from an implementation point of view, fairly straightforward. It would be that the RFP would be developed and released. then obviously we would undertake a selection and award of successful submission from that. The work would be completed by the consultant, and then it would be an RFD presented to council with recommendations. So as in conclusion, the recommendation is simply that the Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council direct the CAO to release an RFP and hire a consultant to perform a remuneration and benefits review for unionized and non-unionized staff positions.
Thank you very much, Director Barr. Mayor Matart, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Prefaced by an apology for I spent too much time on glyphosate or glyphosate or whatever it is prior to getting to the balance of the agenda. So I'm making comments both on the last item and on this item that I perhaps would have gone to staff and queried staff on rather than deal with it in open council. But here we are. So my assumptions are public motion, public RFP, public report, and what the impact of such a report might be, and whether we're digging holes or foxholes. That, for example, if the report came in and said you're paying everybody here too much, what would the reaction of the union be to that, I wonder? And if they come in and said you should be paying them 3 times as much, what does that do to your negotiating position with the union the next time around? Those are both extreme examples, but those are things that I fear. Has any consideration been given to that, the public aspect of this? Whereas it's basically a personnel type issue.
Sure. Through Mr. Mayor, through Madam Chair. So we have had consideration about whether it would be better served in camera and conducted in that method. Certainly we felt that it would be appropriate to kind of lay out the full scope in this discussion and to also outline the budget associated with it. In terms of the outcome associated with it, I think it's really about just making informed decisions is probably the lens that's being looked at from. So provide this information to the municipality. The union has been engaged associated with this review, and certainly based on the direction from back in July are aware that in addition to the adjustment that was made to compensation, that this review would be forthcoming. So it would not be something that would be a surprise to them, obviously. But in terms of what the outcome of what that would be and how that information would be used by the parties is, be speculating in terms of that, but I think it's appropriate to be able to get that information and make informed decisions all the way around. So that's purely the way that it's looked at. I mean, if it comes back that there is compensation that's then higher of what's there from a market perspective or from comparable, then that's something that administration would have to review and recommend to council in terms of next steps. I'd be surprised if there's a material situation where that might be the case, but I think gathering that information until it's able to be done is be speculation only.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, and my comment is the same as my comment on the previous item. If staff's happy with it, I'm happy.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Windsor.
It is a fast-changing world out there in the compensation realm. So we do need to get a snapshot. Mayor's comments certainly prompted me to think about those issues which I hadn't given that thought. But I think, again, if we've got to expect a good product, and I'm sure we'll be working with consultants to ensure that. And if there's a story, we'll, yeah, we want to be in the game. We've got a lot on the agenda, so we want to be smack dab in the game, yeah, I'd say.
Okay, thanks, Councillor.
If I could, Madam Chair, just
Yep.
along what Councillor Windsor is saying. So certainly when you look at an environment, and we talked about the economic conditions in the environment that we're in, I mean, you're looking at CPI of 9-point-something%, prior year 7-something%. We certainly want to be ahead of the curve as much as we can in terms of being able to respond to that so that we are able to retain and attract their employees. So you're absolutely right. It's an environment of where we're at, and certainly that's given fuel a lot to this recommendation.
Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if there's a monetary cap for the consultant.
Could you repeat that?
Just wondering if there's a cap for the consultant, so how much
Compensation-wise?
money they make.
$65,000.
Yeah, so the budget that we're projecting here is $65,000.
Can't go over that.
That's what we're presenting here to council today, is that we would not exceed that. Certainly it's a bit of a speculation looking at comparable type products that have been put out in the scope of what we're presenting here. But that's what we're presenting to council, is having an upper limit on the budget associated with that RFP, that if something came back that it was above that, we certainly would have to identify that and make recommendations to council from that. But
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
Good question, Councillor. Councillor Hurdle, then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I certainly agree with the intention of this proposal. I feel like we have the best staff, municipal staff in the province, so ensuring they are properly compensated is something we want to maintain and ensure that we're keeping up with everybody else and the other opportunities that are available. With that said, and the mayor's point was something I was thinking of touching on, since this is potentially competitive information that the union would be able to utilize to negotiate, would they be interested, or have they been approached in partially funding this expense to gain this information?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Hurdle, the short answer to that is no. We're proposing that it would come out of the Municipal COVID-19 Reserve Fund.
Is there any potential opportunity in approaching the union, asking them if they would be interested, since this is very competitive information and they'll be able to use it to their advantage as much as municipally we would be able to negotiate. And I certainly sense the humor in this, but it is valuable information and expense that may be useful for the union as much as it is the municipality.
I can certainly ask for whether the Deputy CAO might want to weigh into it. I mean, it's certainly being done, and what's been communicated with staff and I think council previously is that it is certainly an attraction and retention initiative, and that it's for the mutual benefit of all, associated with making sure that we're compensating appropriately, and that we're competitive within the marketplace that's there. So not trying to create that union versus non-union kind of divide that would typically be there, but more so be well informed about, so that we can make sure that our municipality is serviced with the best possible staff complement that we can get. But whether in terms of looking for them from a compensation perspective, I don't think it's been contemplated or kind of brought up with them, but I could be wrong about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong.
Just a couple of questions. When was, I know it probably says this, but the glasses don't work that well. When was this supposed to have been done? We're moving it forward, so next year. Okay. And if we move forward with this, it will come back to us in camera.
It's a good question. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Armstrong, I believe it would. I think that's the appropriate way when you're dealing with any kind of HR-related issues, because it's going to deal to individually as well. There's going to be individuals' information that's contained in there.
Exactly.
So it would be appropriate.
Yeah, I guess I'm just speaking to the point that the mayor brought. This has now been brought into a public forum. The people that work for us and potentially could work for us in the future know this is going to happen,
right.
And that it could impact their salaries. But I don't think it's something that we want to. I would have preferred it come to us in camera. I don't like discussing this out in public, because if we decide we're not going to do it, it sounds like we're against staff, and we don't want to, properly compensate our staff if we're not. So I would have much preferred this come to us in camera, and just the motion to engage a consultant come through the normal channels. But I would not want to see this particular information come to us in a public session.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have any more lights, but we do have a recommended motion in front of us that Dr. Barr was kind enough to read into the record. Do we have a mover and seconder for the motion, considering everything that's been said today? Moved by Councillor Hurdle, seconded by Mayor Matart. Debate, Councillor Windsor.
Yeah, I just heard some further comments that made me think, which is the purpose of discussion, I guess. In terms of, from Councillor Armstrong, or in terms of the confidential nature, if you like, the information is ultimately going to be part of a negotiation with the union. So does that not make it contractual in a way? Because otherwise, and I totally agree with the work. I totally agree with that. But in terms of the report coming in through our open public processes and then to sit down and negotiate, is there a different way that this should be treated in the final report because of its intended purpose? And I think we should have a resolve on that before we do bring it into the public domain. And maybe, I don't know, maybe our mayor has a thought on that. Particularly on the intended use and the contractual nature that all contemplates.
Mayor Matart, did you want to weigh in on those comments? Not really.
I think that it's already been a public process. And I don't see how the report can be cloaked in any fashion. It's going to be what it's going to be, and it's the use we make of it that becomes a matter for sometimes debate in camera, depending upon whether it's a negotiation item or whether it isn't. And again, that I subscribe to what everybody has already said. This is a good process. This is something we should do. This is information we should have. It's simply it's a process issue that we're talking about, which has nothing to do with the good rationale behind actually doing this. So I don't have any further comments on it, no.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have no more lights. I have a motion on the floor. Pending no further direction of council, I think we will call the question. All in favor or otherwise, please signify now. And I'm certain that staff will take the comments back that have been made today and be incorporated into how we move forward. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, council. Next up, we have Director Javrik on item 8A, new Minas noise bylaw, bylaw 84, exemption request. This is not new to, I don't think, much of council. And it doesn't matter which one you want to, okay, the center one. Go ahead, Director Javrik.
Good afternoon, council. So this afternoon, we're going to briefly go over the noise control bylaw and a request by a community group for an exemption. Just as way of background, we're speaking of bylaw 84, which was enacted by this council back in October of 2001. Also as background, or as a reminder, this particular bylaw only applies within the village of New Minas, which is slightly different than the growth center of New Minas, so that's important to keep in mind. And it also only applies to noise that is generated from within the village. And the RCMP are the enforcement body of this particular bylaw. Typically, it's municipal staff. So the specifics today, we are in receipt of a request by an organization that runs Thunder in the Valley, and they've asked that the municipality consider granting them an exemption from the noise controls that the village has. So they are specifically asking for Thanksgiving weekend for 2 days, Saturday, October the 8th, and Sunday, October the 9th. Specifically, the organizers have also asked that that exemption run for both days, starting at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. On September 13th, the village of New Minas submitted a letter to the municipality that confirms their support to the event overall, and they also have suggested that they are also in support of council granting this exemption from the noise bylaw. However, they do ask that council consider a slight modification to what is granted. So you'll see the organizers are suggesting that they want the noise exemption for the entire event hours, which is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the village has requested that the exemption, not the event, the exemption, not start until 8 a.m. So just as way of background, this council has had a history of granting these noise exemptions for this event in particular. Actually, this is the only event that ever asks or receives such an exemption. So dating back to 2016, we've done it annually. As an aside, you'll see 2016, 2017, those years they had 2 events in a calendar year. The old land use bylaw for the village of New Minas did not have any kind of limitation on how many special events a property can have. New Minas now is in line with the rest of the county, and we now limit that to 1 per calendar year. So within bylaw 84, these exemptions are contemplated. So section 9 indicates that any person can make application to council for the exemption. Council may refuse to grant the exemption or may grant the exemption applied for or with any lesser effect. Any exemption that council does grant shall specify the time period, which is not to exceed 6 months, and council shall respond in writing their decision. Section 2 also indicates that the hours of operation of the proposed operation is something that council should give consideration to, and that no decision should be made without having first heard from the village. And in your agenda package, you'll have a copy of that letter of support from the village. Again, just as background, we've approached the RCMP, just wondering what kind of call-outs have we historically seen in the area on the weekend of this event. Very little, and the activity that is being reported to us is not noise related. So before you, there is a recommendation for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions of clarification? Councilor Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is policed by the police? Who makes sure that it goes from 8 to 7?
They would have the jurisdiction. I might word it in that way. They have the jurisdiction to enforce. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, clarification? Seeing none, do we have a mover of the motion that reads the Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council per Section 9 of the Bylaw 84, noise control, grant an exemption to the noise control bylaw for Saturday, October 8th and Sunday, October 9th, 2022, from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the annual off-road rally known as Thunder in the Valley, to be held at the Jones Road Pit, subject to the October event being the only event to be held on the property this calendar year. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Director Javerick, for your presentation. And not moving too far away from this issue, we have item 9, Councillor item, review, update, enforcement of the same bylaw, just under discussion. Bylaw 84, noise control. And this item was brought forward today by Councillor Windsor. So I will turn it over to you, Councillor, for this discussion.
Thank you. Get to my requests there.
And it's page 105 of the agenda package
Yes,
today.
yeah. Yes, no, I've had several concerns about noise and our ability to control noise in the Minas. And I'm going to say a lot of it is related to traffic, and particularly in some areas in neighborhoods where there's high performance or high noise vehicles that people will go up and down the streets to exercise their loud noise vehicles, so to speak. And also on Commercial Street, late at night, there's been concerns. So I am wondering, what I'm suggesting is that we review the noise and review the noise bylaw and see if some of those issues that have been brought up can be resolved through amendments through our noise bylaw. And I don't have specifics on what those recommendations, what those amendments might be. But there's a letter attached to this from a couple of people who feel that we need to do something. And they point out the primary areas affected appear to be Commercial Street, predominantly between Granite Drive and Prospect Street, as well as Highbury Avenue, Prospect Road, Commercial Street, Highbury Road. So at the prompting, I agreed to bring this forward, to have this issue brought forward for either discussion with the intent of reviewing our noise bylaw, and or to be writing to the RCMP to manage, if our bylaw has the appropriate provisions there now, to manage those issues. And I say those things with the full knowledge of the challenges in managing noise.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So I guess we have a suggested motion, so we'll just look for sort of questions, I guess, of Councillor Windsor on his presentation. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you, I've had a number of people in similar circumstances get a hold of me for issues related to concerns that are potentially already captured in another, the Motor Vehicle Act. And I fully empathize with all those with concerns, sound, noise-wise, other issues. But opening up the Motor Vehicle Act, I turned to Section 187 on mufflers and fumes, and then 188 on excessive noise, and it entirely captures the banning or preventing of excessive noise from vehicles, which is the primary concern as addressed in this item, this councillor item. So my concern is the RCMP aren't necessarily following through on the enforcement actions to necessarily prevent the concerns of those worried about the excessive noise, and any adjustments to a bylaw is already it would be just adding on to a law that already exists from a higher level government.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Windsor, did you wish to respond?
Well, there's one thing I didn't point out in my comments is that the Motor Vehicles Act was recently amended to permit the council of a city, town, or municipality to make regulations respecting noise produced in connection with a vehicle, including defining what constitutes an objectionable noise, establishing a method of determining or measuring noise, and prohibiting the use or operations of a vehicle if the noise produced in connection with that vehicle is objectionable noise. And one thing I didn't mention also is that we have a police services advisory, and maybe that venue can be used to try and bring this to the attention of the police and try and get headed enforcement. And are you the RCMP or the Police Services Advisory? No.
Councillor Hurdle?
Yes, I chair the Police Services Advisory Committee.
So, sorry, through you, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's okay. I'm conscious of mics and the camera, so if you feel like I'm turning your mic off, it's not because I'm trying to cut you off. I'm trying to mitigate the some of the speaker issues. But Councillor Hurdle, can we trust you to take that back to the Police Services Advisory beyond what the outcome of this is?
Yes, certainly. The concerns noted, and I'll definitely bring it up. We have a committee this week, although unfortunately I'll not be in attendance, but I see Terry is in the audience, and hopefully he can add that to our agenda for discussion.
A hearty nod from Terry. Thanks, Terry. Okay, we'll move it over to Councillor Armstrong, then Mayor Mattart.
I think that this is not an issue that is exclusive to the village of New Minas. I think probably as councillors we've all had calls complaining about modified muffler systems and people racing up and down the street. I've had more than my fair share from the village of Kingston and Greenwood, and I'm not sure that modifying the bylaw is the way to go. I think that we need to be, as Councillor Windsor says, I think that we need to be requiring the RCMP to step up and do their job, which is to enforce our bylaw and to enforce a provincial bylaw, the Motor Vehicle Act. I think the other way is to ask municipalities to poll the government to outlaw modified muffler systems, and then we don't have to worry about it. So I'm not sure that this will solve the problem. I think being a little more strict and with the RCMP and asking them to do their jobs is probably a better way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Another item that may be worthy to send along to the NSFM, the Federation of Municipalities. Mayor Mattart.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I agree with the comments. It's noise complaints are a more than a New Minas issue. They're a county-wide issue, and keep repeating the often quoted phrase that when someone says, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you," be very fearful. When the government says to municipalities, "We're going to allow you to create legislation to govern mufflers and so on, and noise from vehicles," be very careful. Because when that complaint comes into your phone line at 3 o'clock in the morning, who's going to go out? Your by law enforcement officer? I don't think so. So this is a deeper, I mean, there are remedies, both in the Motor Vehicle Act and at civil law for nuisance. But people would prefer not to have to take the initiatives themselves and the expense upon themselves, and I understand that, to get their civil remedy. But municipalities can't legislate against things, shouldn't legislate against things that they really can't effectively police themselves. And our police force is the RCMP, and they might be around at 3 o'clock in the morning to respond to this kind of a complaint, but they don't want to. I think that's pretty clear, but I would be interested in the Police Advisory Committee's report following any discussion with our enforcement people. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Hurdle, then Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to address the pontification of my colleague across the room on the banning of mufflers. Just reading the existing law, it says no person shall use a muffler, cutout, bypass, or similar device upon a vehicle on a highway, and then also no person shall start, drive, turn, or stop any motor vehicle or accelerate the vehicle engine while the vehicle is stationary in a manner which causes any loud and unnecessary noise in or from the engine, exhaust system, braking system, or from the contact of tires with the roadway. So by effect, it sounds as if the concern is already banned, and it's really just a matter of enforcement and addressing the issue. Just a thought.
Good information to have, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Granger, and then Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with you, Martha. I get a ton of those too. I think they drive right from New Minas, right through Port Williams and into Canning. So it is, there is definitely a route. I think a lot of people are having the same problems, and we're not going to get any smaller. We're getting larger right now. But that is a particular demographic that is going to work their car. So, and that makes it a little more difficult because then you're pinpointing a specific demographic. Just a point. And I'm on the Police Services Advisory Board. We have brought this to their attention a number of times. I have old notes stating that, and it's the old bob and weave. They can't really do much about it either, because if I call at 3 o'clock in the morning, they can't get to Canning from wherever they are to get that person that's already gone. So there really has to be a whole mindset about, you know, how do we go about getting that particular kind of problem taken care of with the sound of the cars? Who does it? And you know, again, I hear the mayor big time, can't police people's vehicles. That gets into a slippery slope as well. So we'll try the Police Services Advisory Board one more time. We'll go hard with them and see what goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, there's not enough police to do the job. For number one, we have a big county. Probably the answer is back to legislation on mufflers and having a restriction there. But the police will never be able to stop that. I don't believe. It's just too far spread in the county. We have it in our mountain areas and Canning, New Minas, all over. We don't have enough police to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, so the issue at hand today is whether or not we instruct the CIO to take a review of the noise issues within the Village of New Minas and bring back a report with recommendations as to the necessity for modifications to bylaw 84 noise control. Councillor Windsor, after the discussion you've heard around the table today, are you still wishing to make your motion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel that it's appropriate to make the motion. I sense that I kind of agree with the general discussion that we're not going to change the environment, and I certainly agree with the mayor's remarks about because the province gave us the capacity. That's not looked at as a gift horse. Look at that as a gift horse, but more maybe as a downloading of something that they're not able to manage. So I will leave it at that, and let's wait for another discussion at the Police Services Advisory, and maybe they might have something to. Maybe under the Motor Vehicles Act, it may need to get a little more stricter, and maybe they shouldn't license vehicles with certain features.
Mm-hmm. And as some background and inside information about that bit of legislation change, it was requested by some smaller municipalities so it was municipally driven that they wanted the power to do that. I don't know if they regret making that ask or not now, but Mayor Matart, the last word.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, be careful what you ask for, right? Well, I would just summarize my feelings about this by saying what we're talking about is trying to regulate bad behavior. It's not just noise, it's bad behavior. And, we can't do that. We shouldn't do that. What we should do, if we can, is get the message out that it is bad behavior. It's disrespect for your neighbors. Please do respect your neighbors. And if we can do a bit of public education in that regard, or put out a public plea in that regard and give rationale and make people feel more committed to their neighbors, then that would be the course to take, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So no motions to come out of this particular item, but if history is any indication, it will likely be back on our table in 6 months' time or sooner, because it seems to come around. Good discussion, everyone. Thank you. Correspondence. We have a number of items of correspondence in our agenda package. The first being the notification of a planned aerodrome in Garland. The second being an invitation to the Berwick Sports Hall of Fame, which is this Saturday. The third being a video from Brigadoon Village. So there's no corresponding paper page in our agenda package. However, you can watch the video. Were we planning to watch it in council, Joanna? We were not. Okay. It's a pretty cute video, so you should probably all go watch it. And that's it for correspondence. So I'd look for a motion to receive the correspondence. Moved by Mayor Matart, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, otherwise signify now. And next on the agenda today, the motion to receive the correspondence has been passed unanimously. Our board and committee reports. We will begin with Councillor Meisner, Diversity Kings County Committee. Go ahead, Councillor.
I have nothing to add to this committee report. I would just add that we do have 2 vacant diversity specialist positions that are posted right now. So for the purpose of the record, if anyone is listening and interested in those positions, please check our website.
Wonderful, thank you. We have a REMO Advisory Committee report submitted by Mr. Dan Stovall. Item C, we have the Regional Sewer Committee, Councillor Windsor, although I've received notice from our CAO that the decision contained in that committee report is to be postponed until October. So did you have anything to add to that report, Councillor? I'm sorry if I'm taking you by surprise with that.
No, that's okay. We did. We had a subsequent tender close. And again, the bid exceeded the budget substantially. I think the budget was 1.6 and it was 3.6. I'm not sure of the details. And so we had another special meeting, we'll say, to discuss that. The feeling on this contract is different. Essentially, what the bids have done, the last two bids, is to kind of blow up our capital plan for the regional sewer. The feeling, and it was a great discussion that we had with all the technical people fully engaged to try and arrive at what we should do. So what we felt is strongly is that this work needs to happen, and also that the way things are going, and I think the big driver of cost was the price of iron, steel, whatever, and there's no foreseeing a substantial change to the good on that one. So the technical committee was to meet, and then we were coming back together. The idea that we're considering is likely to change somewhat the motion, the notion that we had from our last meeting of deferring the 800,000 to next year, but to use that towards this project and to use next year's budget on that, and it wouldn't be drawn down until next year. There wouldn't be a need to expend it, and we would have to obviously this would be brought back to the various partners, and because it's so substantial, and there's obviously a big need for us to really reconstruct a capital plan that's more in line with the market cost out there, which is it's pretty a little bit shattering actually in our meeting.
I think Director Quinn has his light on as well, if you maybe want to chime in.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you, Council. Yes, yes, in short is that the motion that was coming out of the August 31st meeting has now been affected by this other tendering, so hence the suggestion to table both, the motion that was supposed to come today, pending the resolution of the other discussion coming up at the end of this week, and we'll have probably revised motions coming for the October Council to deal with both matters.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add, Councillor Windsor?
No.
Okay, thanks for the update. Any other verbal committee reports? The lights come on. Councillor Hurdle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll jump in here for Budget and Finance. So on the 16th, we had our Budget and Finance meeting, and there was a Terms of Reference review, which resulted in some removal of ambiguity of some of the responsibilities, which eventually resulted in a conclusion that because of the duplication and responsibilities of the Audit Committee, that the Council will be receiving in the future a recommendation for the Budget and Finance Committee to consolidate with the Audit Committee, and the Audit Committee would be the subsequent remaining committee because of the legislative requirements in the MGA. So be prepared for that recommendation coming, I suspect, next month in Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Both of my meetings happen to be right after the reports are due. So this is for fire services from September the 15th. We had a presentation on the Employee Assistance Program. There was also an update on the Fire Services Advisory Committee policy and the terms of reference for the Fire Services Advisory Committee and the Finance Subcommittee from that. The second meeting I had was the Audit Committee. That was on the 15th as well. And as you saw today, we had the same presentation as what was here today. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If Council will permit, I have several. The Annapolis Valley Regional Library Board met the same night as the Fire Service Advisory Committee. Unfortunately, I didn't actually make it to either. So I did send my regrets for that meeting, and we'll get an update from our CEO, acting CEO, Angela Reynolds, in this week, and then provide an update next meeting. The Trails Coalition Board had a send-off barbecue for our summer students. They did an excellent job. We deal with complaints as they come up, but overall, things are running smoothly on the trails, pun intended. I got to attend my first King's Rehab Center board. We haven't picked a reporting counselor for the new people that are on that board, so we will do that and get back to folks, but it was an introductory meeting, the AGM, and yeah, it seemed to go relatively smoothly, so we'll keep council informed as we move through that. Landscape of Grand Pré. We have a board meeting this week, and Nova Scotia Federation Municipalities Board. Things are going. We're gonna have our annual conference on November 1st to 4th. Get your registrations in. We had a relatively exciting meeting around the bylaw changes that Councillor Armstrong and I were both in attendance for. Did not go as planned, I don't think, from any angle. However, there will be further discussion on the bylaw changes coming forward for NSFM and the restructuring, and hopefully the next conversations are a little less inflamed. So we'll see what happens. And if you have any further questions, Councillor Armstrong is happy to fill you in. Motion to receive the reports presented, both written and verbally. Mayor Matart, seconded by Councillor Allen. All in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Thank you. And once we have the results of this, I'll ask if there's any other business to come before the meeting. Motion carried unanimously. Is there any other business to come before the meeting? And are there any comments from the public today? Come on up. You've been there a long time. Thank you for being with us today. If you don't mind stating your name and... Oh, yay!
I thought I should wear a funny shirt, why not?
Yeah, they're always welcome in council chambers.
Yeah, exactly. These things can get pretty heavy sometimes.
Yeah.
So I just have a few notes here.
And if you could just state your name and civic,
yes,
so we know for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Adrienne McCurdy, and I live on the South Mountain. And do you want my full address?
Just your community is fine.
Okay, yeah, Forest Hill.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you hear me if I'm standing like this? Yep. Okay, I just have to go to the side or do something
We're very
else.
accommodating to all pregnant people in this municipality. It's been done. It's all good.
Yeah. So first, I just wanted to say thank you so much for extending the amount of time that you spent on that conversation earlier today. I also can't say it, glyphosate. I don't know. I would just call it Roundup. I know we're not supposed to, but I know what I mean by that. So I'm going to also mispronounce it while I'm here. And I want to say thank you so much for, I think that you agreed to send a letter out to the province. Is that correct? Okay. And that I also really appreciate that there's a lot of limitations that you face. That's fair. You can't do things you can't do. And that I heard several questions while the discussion was happening that I might be able to shed a little bit of light on some of them. So I thought that I'd just stick around a little bit. I'm not an expert on specific content matter within sustainability within the environment. I am an expert on systems thinking and how to view the whole thing and all the interacting pieces between all of that. A little bit of background on myself, just so you have a sense of where I'm coming from, is that I did a master's in strategic leadership towards sustainability in Sweden. Before that, I did a psychology degree on basically attitude, behavior change, how people think in collective situations. I'm a co-founder of an educational charity based in Scotland. That's all about how do we actually think collectively together to come up with better solutions rather than, talking at each other. Because I think that one thing that's really important that I do appreciate that this council was listening to is that you're having pressure from the people who were in this room, but you're also having pressure from the organizations that own that land, right? And so it's like part of what we do in our educational charity is we teach different leadership organizations that support Fortune 500 companies on how can they work with uncertainty, how can they move forward, how can they actually make the best decisions for everybody. And that I used to live in Pictou County, and so there I was part of a community group, Pictou County 2020, and we were citizens who convened hundreds of people to help engage the public towards making collective decisions, helped with community, local economic development stuff. Before the amalgamation thing fully exploded, I was asked to come in at the end, right as things were starting to get heavy and heated, to help some of the members who are engaging with the public try to figure out how to engage differently. And that's also part of why I felt called to stick around, because this is a topic that has a potential to get really messy. And we can't, I understand that you have your limitations, however, not everyone will understand that, who lives within your county. So, it's just important to kind of really think ahead to what are the different criterias of situations that can lead to public outcry and you getting your phone, email, everything else exploding, having unpleasant conversations. This is one of them, just as a heads up, as you already know, but this is definitely one of them. So to not minimize that or hope that you can kind of brush it off by saying, well, we're not allowed doing certain things, because there are certain things that you can do to support the public. I also have worked with on the Nova Scotia Health Authority and Center at St. FX, the Center for Employment and Innovation, as well as I taught in Acadia's business department before I took time off from my family a few years ago. Okay, so the first thing that I wanted to kind of mention is that the book that was mentioned in the presentation, Finding the Mother Tree, I just happened to have started reading it out of a recommendation of many people before this whole thing came to my attention. And I highly recommend it. You don't have to take everything in as absolute truth, but what's really fascinating about it for me was that here's a person who had, I think 5 generations back of forestry in her family, and that she was trained in forestry in the traditional ways of seeing things. And the reason that she started doing research on this glyphosate or whatever was because she was trying to figure out, as a forestry student, why plantations were failing, why you could just rip the trees right up from the root after a few years, that the trees were dying, they weren't doing well. And so that started her whole look into what is this from this chemical? Is it truly helping or is it not helping? So there was some interesting things there. And I think that a few points I took away from this book was that the forest industry favors the concept of competition over cooperation within a forest, whereas it probably is likely that there's both. So, the forestry industry, just as some background, will say things like the reason that they use these sprays is because they want to kill off the competition. And that there is some evidence that, as you were saying, it's confusing, right? That there is evidence that shows in a certain time frame, in certain conditions, that is true, that the deciduous trees being killed off will help the softwoods grow faster. However, there's also evidence that she did in her work that actually the deciduous trees feed into the other trees, and that without them, she had all kinds of other, physical evidence there that led her to do research of it. It just wasn't working before. Okay, and so one of the things that was interesting also is that that Susan Simnard, I think is her name, she received major pushback on her research. So it's not that what she did, people were just automatically open to receiving that information, as one would hope in science, truly is, but that it illustrates issues with pressures that are on researchers to adhere to policies in favor of spraying rather than not spraying. So people, there kind of seems to be an industry bias, according to her, in her book. And that there's also confusion. Right, so the confusion is a tactic. When I look from kind of more of a systems perspective, it's a tactic to be able to justify not moving, or just going with status quo rather than, questioning and allowing things to be properly researched. And that, so I recommend reading this book, or even, I think there's a movie that she made on YouTube that you can watch. So I guess I'm just thinking, as far as the spraying, that we have to be mindful of the tremendous political and financial pressures on the departments of environment within forestry to be lenient with regulations. I know EPA was mentioned. This is just something that's kind of my own personal gripe with it, is that both within the States and within Canada, just from people that I know that work within the EPA, is that they feel like they've been under attack. And so I kind of don't know, that's its own thing. I don't want to get too much into it, but I think they've been being undermined in what they've been able to say. And that when I moved here a few years ago, I really was excited when I read through the King's 2050 document. And I think that's something that when you're going through and you're writing a letter to the province, to refer back to that, because there's a whole section on the environmental stewardship, which Councillor Killam had mentioned before. And I think that that is kind of where you do have kind of a purview to be able to just kind of say, okay, this is why we're writing this letter on behalf of that. Also, that there was a point raised that this was private lands, and I just want to say that it's private lands, but with public consequence. And so we can't see ourselves as, okay, what happens on this one land does not impact everything else around us, especially when we're dealing with water tables and air. And that at some point, about a decade ago, I used to live in Hawaii on an island called Kauai. And after I left, I heard all these stories about how 60 children, because there was a lot of different chemical testing being done in the agricultural lands there. And I know that 60 children had been poisoned at a school from their groundwater. And I think my memory says that it was Roundup that was being used that got into their water supply, and 60 kids had been in hospital because of it, and that was enough to kind of get the enough public outcry happening that a lot of things happened. And so kind of using the precautionary principle, I think, is a really wise decision in this case, because from my understanding, and I haven't done a lot of research into this, but my understanding is that a lot of the cases, court cases against Monsanto, are specifically from those kinds of things, where there was poisoning of school supplies or something kind of public, and that's when they were able to get enough public traction that they can, fight it. And we don't want that in our community. I know I don't, for sure. And also, just one more point, on a point of clarification, is that my understanding when I heard the presentation today was that there was a focus on the aerial spraying, and that made sense to me, because when you're dealing with this, you don't want to get into all the side conversations about, land spraying or agricultural use. But I think that it's just important to not have a false equivalency to say that agricultural use is it's kind of almost like no comment on that, rather than saying that, well, that's okay, because we're not talking about that right now. That was just something that kind of came up for me. And then as far as wording to the province, I was wanting to suggest to use the precautionary principle in that letter, just as kind of like a reference point. Also that there was, if the community, I think the mayor had said, if the community close to it is opposed to it, then to stop the spraying, which I think, that's a really interesting idea of kind of a workaround, and just being very careful and mindful of the use of community and also the proximity, because that could be used as, well, the immediate neighbor's fine with it, or if it's a certain population base, like how many people actually live in that area, like it could be used as there's almost loophole wording in that concerned me. And then I guess the other thing that I was thinking of would be that if it's possible to think about adding in a request for public engagement. So going beyond public consultation and into public engagement. As far as the International Association for Public Participation, which is what the province uses for its guidance on engagement, consultation basically can be a one-way communication. And in this case, when you're dealing with potentially explosive content, that's kind of what happened, in my opinion, in Pictou County with the amalgamation, was that there were 10 months of kind of one-way communications with the public, and there was no engagement that felt meaningful, and there was no sense of agency with the public. And so I guess I would just ask for that to be added, would be a request for engagement with the public on this topic. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you both for coming. Okay, that is the end of our agenda, and the last thing, before our next meeting, which is right now. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor or otherwise, please signify now. And stay tuned while we move into special council. The motion carries with 2 abstentions. Okay, well, 1 abstention because Councillor Granger's out of her seat. Oh, unanimous. Committee of the Whole is now adjourned, and we'll just pause for a minute before moving into special council. There's been a request for 5 minutes. We are recessed for 5 minutes. No, Councillor Hurdle has an engagement at 3. I have a engagement at 3. They're kind of on hold, waiting to know if we should reschedule or not, based on how this goes. So let's just move along. Start with roll call. Welcome to the special municipal council meeting of the municipality of the County of Kings. The date is September 20th, 2022. It's a special council meeting following our committee of the whole meeting. All councillors are present, with the exception of Mayor Matart at the moment, but he'll be back in his seat momentarily. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of 6C, the glyphosate letter, as was just passed at Committee of the Whole. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Allen. All in favor of the amended agenda, please signify now. That's not how we do it here, Councillor Winter. Any disclosure of conflict of interest issues now that we have a passed agenda? Okay, I don't see any. Looking to financial services, we have Mr. Kevin Wheaton in front of us for a guarantee resolution for the Village of Greenwood. You may proceed with your presentation. Mr. Wheaton, welcome to council. We're just adjusting the technology here. Okay, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors, staff. I'm going to be presenting a short presentation here for a loan guarantee for the Village of Greenwood. And actually, it's a extension to a loan guarantee. Now, back on November 3rd of 2020, Municipal Council approved a loan guarantee for the Village of Greenwood in the amount of $195,000 for the purpose of borrowing for a capital project, the Rock Notch Road sidewalk project to be more specific. And that project calls for the construction of 270 meters of new sidewalk along the Rock Notch Road. And that allows for seniors in the seniors complex and residents in Rydell Court to more safely walk to the Greenwood Mall and to the core of the Greenwood Village. Now, since November 3rd, 2020, the construction of that sidewalk project was delayed, and no funds were borrowed against that loan guarantee. And now that village temporary borrowing resolution, the TBR, that expired as they do 12 months from the from certification by the Minister of the Municipal Affairs and Housing. So now the village has asked that the loan guarantee be renewed, and we're therefore asking for a decision in regards to the guarantee resolution that is Appendix A, and that is part of the request for a decision package dated today. There are no financial implications to approving this village loan guarantee, and as there's no impact on the municipality unless the Village of Greenwood were to default on the loan. And then also loan guarantees do not affect the municipality's ability to borrow for its own projects. So the recommendation is that Municipal Council approve the village guarantee resolution in the amount of $195,000 in relation to the Rock Notch Road sidewalk construction project and attached as Appendix A to the September 20th, 2022 request for decision.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Wheaton this afternoon? Relatively straightforward. I know it's anticipated by the community. Moved by Councillor Windsor, seconded by Councillor Killam. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise of the motion that Mr. Wheaton so kindly read for us, please indicate now. Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you. We have two recommendations from the Audit Committee. We've heard lots about these already today. The first motion, that Municipal Council approve the March 31st, 2022 consolidated financial statements as attached to the September 15th, 2022 Audit Committee agenda. Mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Windsor, seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Motion carried unanimously. Councillor Windsor, did you intend to vote in favor? Certainly did. Okay, affirmative. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item B, non-consolidated financial statements that Municipal Council received for information the March 31st, 2022 non-consolidated financial statements as attached to the September 15th, 2022 Audit Committee agenda. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. I should have done that when we did. Motion carries. Councillor Windsor, did you intend to vote in the affirmative? I'm assuming yes. It's okay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 6, Committee of the Whole recommendations. The first being the Remuneration and Benefits Review, which generated some discussion, and the motion reads that Municipal Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to release a request for proposals and hire a consultant to perform a remuneration and benefits review for unionized and non-unionized staff positions. Mover of the motion. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Windsor. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please indicate now. And in case you're just joining us, all these items were discussed this morning or early this afternoon. Motion carries unanimously. Councillor Windsor, did you intend to vote? Yes, we're having some trouble with Councillor Windsor's voting system today, but he's given me the nod, so the motion carries unanimously. The second item, 6B, new Minas by noise bylaw 84 exemption request. That Municipal Council, per Section 9 of the Noise Control bylaw 84, grants an exemption to the noise control bylaw for Saturday, October 8th and Sunday, October 9th, 2022 from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the annual off-road rally known as Thunder in the Valley, to be held at the Jones Road Pit, subject to the October event being the only event to be held on the property this calendar year. Moved by Councillor Hurdle, seconded by Councillor Windsor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 6C, spraying on the North Mountain. Motion, again, a recommendation from Committee of the Whole. That Municipal Council write a letter to Premier Tim Houston and Environment and Climate Change Minister Timothy Hellman requesting that a moratorium be placed on aerial spraying of glyphosate-based herbicide on forested lands until a formal report requisitioned by the provincial government on the net benefits or net losses of such activity to the residents of Nova Scotia can be obtained. Do a mover of the motion? Councillor Killam, seconded by Councillor Granger. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Armstrong. Go ahead.
Thank you. I still don't like the language in this. I voted yes for it because in principle, I'm in favor of writing a letter to the province to speak to the aerial spraying. But I would really like it to stop after, or to add in Kings County, and to stop after forested lands. But that's just me.
Okay. I mean, that's why we have a committee of the whole and a council, but also taking into consideration the look in the room in the initial conversation versus now. But not to say that we can't change it.
I just did, as you know, during committee of the whole, I did not vote. I had to come in at the last minute with a yes, and it was because I was not happy with the language. But yeah, okay, sure.
It's okay. We'll keep going. Councillor Windsor.
Yeah, I want to comment, and it's directly related to Martha Armstrong's comment, not in the particulars, but in the process. I felt that with the presentation that was presented like that, we should not be jumping right into making the motions. There was not time to digest, not time to take that, and that's why we were so long trying to get a motion together this morning, and why there's still concern with it. So I would suggest that we consider process, and I think generally we have, when there's been presentations, we take it under advisement and come back at a subsequent meeting. So I think generally that's a better way to go, because and we could have the clarification discussion and all of that, but and then the staff can consider that. But and particularly, I don't think we're going to change the world here in a few days. And if it did wait for a few days, we probably would have had an happier motion on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. And from my perspective, I agree with you. We had some notice of what the motions were going to be from Councillor Killam, but you're right, it was outside of our normal processes. But it did go the way it went. Councillor Killam?
Yes, I guess what I have to say is that with the community being here, they went away reasonably happy with what we came up with. I mean, we're sort of still in charge, but I think that it won't make a big difference whether we wait 2 days or a month. The questions are still out there, and that's what we're looking for, is more information, and also the fact that the timelines for North Mountain spraying is this month, and I think they were the community was anxious to at least send a message at this time, and I really don't think we'll come up with anything much different between now and if we wait a week. So I'm going to support the motion as it reads. Thank you.
I have no further lights. It's been moved and seconded. I'll call the question at this time unless there's anyone else. Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify no. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. Item 7, and I apologize, I intended to remove this from the agenda, but relative to the end of the last meeting, it was, I guess Director Quinn's right here. So is this related to the issue we just talked about? Yeah. If you want to, briefly read it into the record, because I failed to remove it from the agenda, that's
certainly
fine.
Right. No, certainly, and I think my suggestion was going to be to basically just receive the report and defer any decision on until the October council. But effectively, as alluded to in the committee of the whole discussion earlier, is we received the bids for the section of Forcemain replacement for the regional sewer system, which came in over budget, and there had been recommendations to council to cancel the project and carry over into next year by giving some of the more events that have happened since this report came in. We're suggesting just to defer this, just receive the report and defer any decision on the motion until October, once the Regional Sewer Committee has had the chance to reconsider the capital program in its entirety for the next few years. So.
All right, could I have a motion to refer this to the next council meeting in October? Yeah, moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to defer till October, please vote now. Thank you, Mr. Quinn, and don't go very far because you're up next for item 8, resurfacing program over estimate. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Back to you, Director Quinn.
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Council. So just regarding a notice that we received from Nova Scotia Public Works last week regarding overages on the repaving tenders for the J-Class road program. So they provide this notice as per the cost sharing agreement for any cost overages that are over 10%. So this they had accepted for this year are over in a range of between 23 to 60% over. So in terms of the net impact of that, it represents an increase of $70,500 in the municipality's portion of the cost. So, and this overage could be funded through the J-Class repaving GL account. It does have a budget of $663,000. So the net effect of this increase would take what council had originally allocated from $196,500 to $267,000. So we're within the budget amount to carry the overage.
Okay, it's actually making our budget slightly more accurate on this one. Councillor Hurdle, go ahead. Questions or clarification?
I'm questioning my own memory on this one, but is this the second overage we've received on this, or am I misremembering?
You might be remembering last year's overage.
Yes, there's overages last 2 or 3 years on a number of these. So it's certainly reflecting what the construction industry in general has been seeing in the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I had a light. It has disappeared. We're good? Okay. Anything further before we read the motion? Okay. The Municipal Council authorized the Mayor to sign the September 15th, 2022 memorandum from the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works agreeing to the revised cost estimates for 2022-23 J-Class Subdivision Street paving and amend the amount initially authorized by Council from $196,500 to $267,000. Okay. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Killam. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please signify now. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Quinn, for your presentation. Is there any other business to come before council this afternoon? Councillor Killam.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to let the folks know that that I or Councillor Granger or both of us will bring this to Rural Caucus, the issue on that third recommendation. So we'll deal with it at a later date. And did you say that we can do that at the AGM?
There'll be like another business section that you can bring it up during, and I would also, I mean, it should be sent to the NSFM board for consideration and eventually considered probably under the Environment Committee once the restructuring has happened, but yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Any other business to come before the meeting? We have no public. Look for a motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Granger. Thank you all for your participation today. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All in favor, please signify now. And thanks to everybody who participated and listened in and contributed. It's very important. Enjoy the rest of your day. Motion carried.